Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The January 6th committee votes to subpoena Trump. Will he testify under oath about the Capitol riot? Have you gotten your latest COVID booster yet? What you need to know to stay protected. Are your texting habits out of touch? Find out the classic emojis that are now considered old-fashioned. And Olympic gold medalist turned wedding show host Tara Lipinski dishes on decor, dresses, and destinations.
There's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop. This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. We made it. Thank goodness. Made it through the week.
Yeah.
You don't like when I say that.
No,
that's why
we made
I do
it to what?
We made it through the week. We made it to the weekend, but I do it because I can tell it.
Did you think you should seize every day?
What?
You should take every day.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
Seize the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Goodwill hunting? No.
I think it's just Latin.
It's just a Latin phrase. Yeah. Okay, let's get to what everybody is talking about, including our viewers. There was a big surprise at the end of the January 6th hearing yesterday. The House panel voted unanimously to subpoena former President Donald Trump, placing him at the center of the effort to overturn the 2020 election. Now, there are reports that Trump, quote unquote, loves the idea of testifying as long as he gets to do it on his terms. Trump responded with, quote, "Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait until the very end? Because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country," end quote. So DBL Nation, we always want to hear from you. What do you think? Will Trump, let me ask you, Al, do you think, and of course our viewers, go to the tag board poll, okay, it's on the bottom. Please vote at dblvote.com. Do you think that he will testify?
No, but I think he wants to. I don't think his lawyers will let him. But I think testifying, especially the way that he wants to do it in front of his people, in front of the world, in front of a lot, that'd be like if I was able to testify, but I could do it from the comedy stage and be funny and charismatic, and they present you with an evidence, and I go, yeah, whatever, Mr. Making a comment about your outfit, a quick distraction. He's really, really, really good at that. And for his people to see him stand and defend himself, he's already playing with house money because they believe him anyway. So there's not going to be really anything that he could put himself in danger of except legal jeopardy, which is why his lawyers, like, if you go anywhere near that testifying, we got a problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
please.
TGIF.
No.
This is all you, Trump.
We made it.
Not at all. Yeah, we made it. I was just going to say, I agree with Al completely. I don't think, but I also don't know if Trump will listen to his lawyers. The biggest thing he wants is to sit in that room and spew. And the one thing that January 6th committee will know is to keep it in a private committee, in my opinion. He also did release a 14-page response. The first line is all caps, and it reads, "The presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen." So it's very clear where he is. It's very clear where they are. I don't think they'd give him the opportunity of a public a rally, basically. It was what it would be. Let me ask you, what do you think about his point about the committee waiting till the very end? Do you think that has backfired by them doing that? Not at all. And when you build a case, you build it from evidence to evidence to evidence until you bring your strongest testimony. So in order to get Trump to be subpoenaed, they had to teach all of us that Trump said things like Cassidy Hutchinson that they brought up, says Trump saying this, quote, "I don't want people to know we lost. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know we lost." You needed to hear that testimony before you build the pie that he's at the top of the list. Otherwise, we're like, this is a witch hunt. So they need to build it slowly by foundation. And to me, they've done an excellent, excellent job. We'll see. They have to vote to see if they bring him in. I think it'll be interesting if he comes in. Interesting. All right. Well, for the first,
it'll be interesting?
I think, yeah, because I don't think what we all want is a public thing, and we're not going to get it, unfortunately. It's going to, in my opinion, go behind closed doors.
They built a good pie, is the sum of that.
It's delicious justice pie.
Well, I like justice pie.
Let's see what our viewers
think. A cup of coffee?
It's good. It's good
Our viewers,
stuff.
do you think Trump will testify? 78% of you say no. That speaks volumes. Okay, so for the first time, we're getting a look at the actions House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took that day. Listen.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really that they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States.
So CNN also released footage from earlier that day, which includes Pelosi threatening Trump. Take a listen.
So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out. This is my moment.
I would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be happy.
Wow. What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know. Everyone seems to laugh at this, like it's a funny thing. And to be honest, I really don't mind it myself. But let's just take the shoe and put it on the other foot. Who's a woman in the, I don't know, in the Republican Party that everybody hates?
AOC.
Pick one.
Oh, in the Republican Party?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay.
Yeah, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, one of those.
Pick your poison, okay? For visualize.
Green.
If she said, I'm going to punch Biden right in his face on national television, would we not be doing a story about you can't talk like that and have some respect for the American people and the president? We would be, right? But when it's Nancy Pelosi, everyone kind of giggled and laughed, and we all did that story. We did that story before, and everyone kind of thought it was a funny story. I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm just putting the shoe on the other foot here. Why is it okay for Nancy Pelosi to get away with everything, but if you flip the parties, it's not okay?
You can't compare those two unless, as Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying it, she was being attacked in the moment. When you're being attacked and your Capitol's being attacked and people are in tear gas.
Well, pretend she was being attacked in the moment.
No, because it's, at some point there's a difference between just saying I want to punch Donald Trump.
I can't even use an example?
No, I'm saying, for me, if you're going to say I'm going to punch Donald Trump, yeah, that's awful. That's rude. You're the Speaker of the House. You can't do that, right? But if you're under attack and you think he incited that violence and there's tear gas being put on and you're in a private bunker, at some point I could understand I'm going to try and fight back and get this presidential election passed. Was it maybe too violent? Yeah, but people were like banging and defecating on the ground.
Well, I know, but it's funny how you make excuses for that instead of just saying she shouldn't have said that. But if it was the shoe on the other foot, like I said, and I'm making excuses and say there was tear gas out there, everyone's like, well, you're a Trumper, that's why, and you're racist and all that. I get 1,000 labels thrown on me for trying to defend someone else. But when you say it, it's all good. It's all good in the hood.
You don't threaten. Listen, I'm
just bringing a different point here.
Listen. President Trump, in my opinion, incited the insurrection. He's responsible for the insurrection. I 1,000% believe that. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's saying that. Do I understand it? Would Sam say something like that about someone else if she was in that position? 1,000%. But to Jeff's point, I don't think that those things can happen when you are a Nancy Pelosi. Now, what bothers me, though, because I understand why she said it, I don't condone it, but what bothers me is, and I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan, I've been highly critical of her, is that we're not focusing on how she did her job that day.
She killed it.
She killed it that day.
Yeah, she killed it.
And I want people to understand, and again, this is someone that is not a big fan of hers. She made sure, despite everything that she was going through, despite the attack, she could have ran home, she could have stayed in that bunker. She did everything in her power to make sure that those doors were reopened so she and her peers could do their job for the American people. I think that's what we should be focusing on, even though I do not condone what she said.
I also want to say, though, really quickly,
at the time.
She also said it to her daughter on an iPhone. That was her daughter taking that footage. It was not, I'm going to punch Donald Trump out to people. It was in a bunker. Yes, she's a documentarian, but I think it's different when you say it to your family member as opposed to publicly saying that as Speaker of the House.
And I want to say this and not take away from you guys' conversation, but Sam, you really sparked something when you said that she killed it that day. I don't think we realized that the work of certain people are the reason that we're kind of even still sitting here. And
yeah, she was the president that day. Yeah,
she really was.
Yeah, she was the president.
She was a real patriot.
Yes, she was.
Mike Pence. Really,
another
nobody
patriot.
wants to talk about that because people are not fans of his.
Huge patriot.
Think about this. If Mike Pence rejects the count and throws it back to the states, we are now in a state of chaos because now Joe Biden's not really the president and Trump is not the president.
It's a constitutional crisis.
Now the streets are going to decide who the president is, because the next day, if we don't have a president, they can't come out the next day and say, sorry guys, Trump's our president again. People would lose it. If they came back the next day and said, we read the numbers that you already don't believe after the vice president said that they weren't valid, and now Trump's people are like, wait, what? Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, Officer Goodwin.
Yes.
Eugene Goodwin that saved lives that day. There were some real heroes that day. That's the reason that we're sitting here and we are not in a constant state of chaos.
So true. Very well said. Thank you for buttoning that. I appreciate it. Coming up on DBL, are the emojis you use totally out of touch? We're talking about why some of the classics are now considered old-fashioned. And Dr. Coley joins us in the studio. We're talking about weight gain after menopause, plus the latest on the COVID boost.
Closed captioning provided by...
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
The weight melts off of you.
Hey guys, we're talking about really quickly a preview. Elon Musk took this diabetic drug to lose weight. Now, I don't condone that. We don't condone that on the show. However, I thought you just moved me.
Not enough.
Oh, okay. This show is all about getting up and moving. Thank you, honey. And the FDA, we're going to ask Dr. Coley about it. Is it safe? Is it not? It turns out it might be a huge breakthrough. The fat just melts off, like melts off. And now we're seeing that it doesn't have bad side effects. Could this be a new breakthrough in weight loss drugs? We're asking Coley because what if Musk get less husky and has discovered something? What if he discovered something, Musk? And I don't really love Musk.
I don't need it.
Musk is scary. Musky, husky. Musky's no longer husky. I also think it's funny, did you ever know, you people forget, he started PayPal.
He did?
Yeah.
Before Twitter?
Elon Musk, yeah, he doesn't even own Twitter yet. He used to still pay the $44 billion. He started PayPal. This man. But he's also a family of emerald miners from South Africa. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's like a villain, a Trump villain. So let's hear what you guys have to say about...
Can I keep this? Oh, it's on here.
Does it look better? Okay.
My husband been on high flow oxygen.
Tori's not excited about it.
What am I not? I am so happy.
He had both vaccinations, annual booster.
Yeah.
I'll work with Moderna. Should he continue getting the Moderna booster, or will the
Here, and
Pfizer
if
booster?
there's a little in the beginning, but maybe end with that. The only person that rigged.
We should have led the show.
You and me, huh? You and me.
Wait, don't forget to jump in.
I'm jumping in.
Please don't forget to jump in.
I will not.
Okay.
All right.
Wait. Here.
Oh, thank you. Just eat.
Welcome back. Menopause, weight gain, and diabetes drugs are making headlines today. We have Dr. Coley here to answer our questions.
All right, Dr. Coley, many women going through menopause prepare themselves, especially in dealing with weight gain. And I'm even worried about like perimenopause, so we really need to know this. Why do women have to gain weight after menopause? Why?
It's really hard for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just menopause, it's actually throughout our life. As we get older, every decade of our life, we're really actually supposed to be cutting down the number of calories we take in, men and women.
Okay.
In fact, for every decade, you should be cutting down about 200 to 300 calories per day.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Because our basal metabolic rate, the way our body kind of uses up our calories slows down. Once we hit menopause, Tori, as you said, our estrogen goes away. So we actually have less muscle mass. And as a result, we have more fat, which is less efficient at burning calories. So we end up losing less calories that way, and then we're still eating more, and we have less energy.
I
So we
appreciate
eat
that
less.
Tori asked you, are you serious? Like you guys are drunk at a bar for real? I swear to God.
Menopause is a joke.
It's really hard. That's
Al cracks me up because I don't know why you make me laugh so hard. Al just goes, okay, because he looks right at him. He looks right at him. I don't know why it made me laugh so hard.
We have to get to this. This is groundbreaking, maybe. Speaking of weight, people like Elon Musk have come out and said that they were using a new diabetic drug to help lose weight. What do you think about this? Is this like another thing where we're going to have to send out a public service like do not do this, or does this work?
No, actually it works really well. So this drug that had initially come out for diabetics, we were studying it in the clinical trials and it was working, it was helping with heart attacks and such, but then we saw them losing all this weight. Their weight was just melting away in the trials. So all the companies have now started marketing this drug and designing it for weight loss, and the FDA looked at the data and it was so compelling that it now has an indication for weight loss as well.
Whoa.
Yes, and I cannot get enough of my patients on this drug, actually, because not only does it help you lose the weight, it actually helps you melt away the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the high cholesterol, and it improves your cardiovascular outcomes. So it's a very safe way to lose weight. It's a once-a-week injection. You give it to yourself, and I think it's really changing the paradigm of how we think about weight loss, which for the longest time had been, it's up to you. Exercise more, eat better, and that's all we can offer.
Boring. Let's give me the shot, Doc. Yeah.
Hit me, baby.
And anyone could take this? It's not just people who are diabetic?
Right.
Anyone can take it who has a body mass index greater than or equal to 27 and at least one weight-related condition. So if you think about the number of us out there that might have high cholesterol, sleep apnea.
High blood pressure too?
High blood pressure, that counts as well. And a BMI greater than 27. I mean, there's just a world of people that are eligible. So this year for Christmas, I was thinking I would get everyone's BMI in my family and offer them injections as medication to help them have a better 2023.
As like kind of a shot a little bit. Like, hey, you're big enough. Let's get you the shot.
Merry Christmas.
All those excuses sound like you're trying to get your marijuana card back in the day. I got all these symptoms, Doc. All right. Let's switch gears because we received a viewer question. I love these. Kathy wrote, my husband has been on high-flow oxygen 24/7 since July 2014. He will be 83 in November. He had both vaccinations, one booster, all were Moderna. Should he continue getting a Moderna booster, or will the Pfizer booster protect him now?
You know, so there's not that much of a difference between boosting with Moderna or Pfizer, but all the data that we have really comes from the old booster, which was a single virus strain, remember? So the new bivalent booster, we really don't know whether we should mix and match. So there's an absence of data. Of course, an absence of data doesn't mean there's an absence of evidence that it works, but I would say without knowing, because there's some differences in dosages, the Moderna is 50 micrograms, so it's 25 and 25 of each virus strain. The Pfizer one's only 30, so it's 15 and 15. So I would say stick with Moderna if you can. And for those of us that got Pfizer, I might even suggest switching to Moderna because it's that higher dose of each of the virus strains. But really, whatever one you can get, and I'm looking at you.
I know.
Go and get it.
I know. I'll get it. I'm getting it.
Today?
I'm getting it today.
Yeah. Okay.
Friday.
Her voice went up an octave.
Yeah, I went up today.
That's Tori's tell when her voice goes up an octave. We're going to hold you to it, Tori.
All right,
Thank you,
fair.
Dr. Coley, for providing all the information. If you have a question you would like Dr. Coley to answer, write us on social media or send us an email to info@dailyblastlive.com. We'll be right back.
Are you ready?
There's something strange going on with Meg Thee Stallion. Good riddance to the messiest member of Potomac Housewives, and what's Sade doing with Brad Pitt? In this week's What Erica's Watching. First, Houston hottie Megan Thee Stallion was giving us a little first look at her upcoming appearance in Stranger Things. She posted these pics teasing the show's final season and gave us a glimpse of what we can expect. Well, since the show's wrapping, they might as well include one of the best. You see what I did there? I know. Next, season 7 of The Real Housewives of Potomac is here. And if you didn't catch the premiere, the most important thing you need to know is that Ashley Darby's embarrassing husband, Michael, won't be returning to the show, and that the couple is headed for divorce. However, they plan on buying a house together.
You and Michael are getting a divorce.
We are. I am elated in a place that excludes her crusty grabbing husband.
Now, Ashley must not want to really clean house, maybe because she's just used to having a messy man, but I'm with Candace on this one. I will tip in for that divorce party as well. And finally, it's been a while since we've heard from Sade. Now, when it comes to releasing new music, she's a smooth operator. So is it a crime that Brad Pitt actually told Billboard that Sade and her band worked on new music in his revamped state-of-the-art studio in France? Well, thank you, Bradley, for spilling the tea. Just don't ever leak the album. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
Get it, Rob. Rob's our
with those sweet
cameraman.
feet. That's right.
Welcome back. A recent thread on Reddit brought up the top emojis that make you look out of touch. According to some younger people, dump the thumbs up emoji because it's seen as passive-aggressive and confrontational.
I could see that, yes.
Like condescending.
Condescending a little bit because they often use it in a sarcastic way.
I agree.
People use the red heart emoji to show their love for someone or something, but that too is considered old-fashioned. Also, stay away from the okay hand emoji and the laughing crying face. What? I use that one all the time. It'll make you look dated. What do you think of this?
I use the tilted one only because it's cooler. Maybe?
I alternate. Doop, boop, boopity boop.
I love you so much.
Why did you not like the thumbs up one?
I use all 4 of those all the time.
Oh, boy.
All 4. Yeah.
you're
and now that people don't like them, I'm using them even more. Yeah. What are you talking about? Thumbs up's condescending?
Because
I can't
I'll tell you
stand
what happened. The thumbs up used to be normal, like the way you're using it. But then people started to use it like if you had an issue, like if somebody let you borrow their lawnmower or something, and they're like, hey, I need it back, and you just go, okay, it kind of comes off like, okay, buddy, I got it. It's a weird thing. But
how about if someone's like, hey, did you get my message? And I go, yeah, I got it.
I use
Thumbs
that
up.
black check mark near the back that's near the flags.
Oh, I use that one a lot.
You do?
I
I never go by the flags. The flags I've never even seen.
The flags are the biggest waste of space.
No one cares about the flags.
Are you
using the flags?
Soccer fans during the World Cup?
Yes, and you
Olympic
download
fans?
your country's flag. I don't need the United Nations back there. I need like more other emojis.
I agree with you.
It's a lot of flags.
Too many flags.
Oh my
How many people
gosh.
use the flags?
A lot of people do.
They do not. I've never seen them. They don't text
All right,
me.
so are there any emojis that you don't need? He doesn't like the flags, apparently. Are there any emojis that you don't understand?
Yes, there's 3 I picked, and here they are. I don't understand what that one on the left. Oh, that's wine?
Yeah, it's just dropping wine on the ground. That's something you do all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
I just got that. Seeing that
That's
as
Tori
larger.
in an emoji.
Larger. Yeah, you're right. What's that middle one? It's in the food section.
Oh, can I see it again?
What is it?
What is it?
It goes in ramen.
Oh.
What is it?
It goes in ramen, someone said.
I would have never got that.
Okay, a ramen thing.
Okay, and then fish something. Okay, and then the blue people. Why are they?
They're hugging.
Yeah, but they seem like there's a secret.
It looks like it should be the logo of an outreach program.
Yeah, there's a secret between them that we aren't supposed to know.
Okay.
That's something you should talk to your therapist.
I will.
What do you see when you look at this emoji?
Jeff, are there any that you don't understand?
I guess so. I just picked one this morning. Oh yeah, what's that?
It's a baby crawling, right?
It is?
Don't you see a baby?
Why
Oh, it is?
It's a butt in the air.
I always thought it was sexual.
Yes,
I did too. I thought it was
I thought someone was drunk.
No, that would be good.
Crawling on
I guess that's what my therapist
Yeah, you
said.
gotta go to your therapist for that.
What about you,
We learn
Al?
more about ourselves as we do this.
What about you?
Mine, and it's weird. I didn't understand the assignment.
That's a mousetrap.
Yeah, it's a mousetrap.
I didn't get this at first. Like, when would you ever use this? But I guess if you think like, hey, Sam, don't go over there, it's a trap.
Yeah.
But like, when would you?
Also, why would you trap a mouse in a wooden box like that?
That's a good point.
Well,
Okay.
Just as long as it's a non-kill
humane.
trap.
Yeah, my bad. You're right. That's
Hopefully
fair.
it's a non-kill
You're
trap.
right.
What about yours, Sam?
Mine, there's 3 I don't understand. One is like a fog one. I don't understand the fog. And then the other 2.
You live in Colorado. You should.
The other 2 I assume is sushi.
Sushi.
Onigiri?
Oh.
Onigiri.
But what would you use it for? I'm going to go get sushi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But
know
there's
what?
another sushi
What
one.
would I
that's
use a stop sign for? To stop?
There's a traditional sushi one.
Right, there's a regular sushi, and I also use the flan one a lot, because who
Hold
uses
up.
flan?
There's a
Wait a
flan.
second. There is a sushi emoji.
Yeah.
So
Right,
what's
that's what I said. There's
So
like
what's the point of those 2?
More specific.
Those are like next level.
Those are like the fancy
Yeah.
schmancy, I
This
go
isn't
get
like-
sushi all
yeah.
the time people.
Sugar
It's
fish
also,
people.
our phones aren't made here, so if it was made in America, there'd be hamburgers everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could see that.
But what's the fog one for?
Fog?
No, because there's another one that has fog.
Oh.
No, there's another one that has a cloud of fog.
I thought that was wind. I'm bad at it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Good camera work.
There's
That
one
was
that's
good
just
camera
wind
work.
though.
There's more that's like a gust.
Yeah, the gust I like.
I do too.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So high, I know it. I
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your fast fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog, eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So, let's verify. Does a viral video show a real, massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Commercials are coming soon to Netflix. We're chatting about the big change, plus a red carpet roundup featuring Johnny Depp without facial hair and Bennifer rocking all black. That's next.
It's that time of year again. Parents will be handing out loads of candy, but when it comes to pets, some candy is downright dangerous. So we wanted to look into which treats are most treacherous to your furry friends. Our source is Audrey Weistrack, CEO and co-founder of Pet Folk, a vet and urgent care clinic, and PetMD, a vet-written and reviewed website. There's an array of candies on the market, but Weistrack says there are a few that pet owners should be extra cautious about.
Any sugar-free products, ranging from gum to candy. There's a lot of products out there that tend to be sugar-free.
Sugar-free candies contain an ingredient called xylitol, which PetMD says can be very dangerous and even deadly for pets.
Pets do not have the ability to break down that sweetener, and it causes a very dramatic decline in their blood sugar and can cause seizures and death.
Another that tops the list, even though we may think it's healthy, raisins. Weistrack says owners need to keep them away from their pets.
Raisins can be highly deadly to animals and cause some severe problems with kidney function. And even in a small quantity, 1 or 2 raisins can be toxic.
And finally, dark chocolate.
Baker's chocolate has the highest level of toxicity for our pets, and then milk chocolate to a lesser degree. Dogs and cats just don't have the ability to break down the component of chocolate.
So if your dog or cat consumes any of these, WiseTrack says call your veterinarian or urgent care. You can also get help from the ASPCA or other pet poison control hotlines. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. Friday. Well, we're going to do a little red carpet roundup of the stars people are talking about. First, Johnny Depp looked very different. Without a goatee and a mustache. Hold on, let me just take it in. Oh, yeah, big time difference. Okay, all right, that was in New York. So here's Johnny as we're used to seeing him and his freshly shaved face. Wow, I prefer the facial hair. Then there's Bennifer. Okay, they're back in black. It is a great photo. Yep, Ben and Jen attended their first event as a married couple. They were in LA for the Ralph Lauren show. Speaking of couples.
Ben, I'm wearing black, so are you.
Yes, kindred spirits.
So are who?
That's what she told him.
Oh, really?
Did you get it? I was imitating her.
Well, it didn't sound like it.
It sounded exactly like Jay from the block.
Speaking of couples, Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin were at a different fashion event. It's their first public outing since calling off their divorce.
I'm so happy for them.
Me too. Good for them.
Yeah.
And then Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger reunited on the red carpet 28 years later after their movie True Lies. They shared a friendly kiss at Jamie Lee's hand and footprint ceremony at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood.
Can I just say True Lies was a phenomenal film.
Now there's a new series coming out starring Ginger Gonzaga from She-Hulk. It's a lot of hoopla. A lot of people are excited. I used to waitress with her. She's about to blow up. My former little waitress is about to blow up. She's going to be Jamie Lee Curtis in the new True Lies series. That's a big deal.
You mean She-Hulk, being a lawyer, Hulk, didn't blow her up?
Well, no, it didn't blow. She's not the main star in She-Hulk. She's the main star in True Lies.
Because it sounds like it stinks.
You know what I was thinking as we were looking at those photos? It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, we look at, Arnold and Jamie Lee, and then Bennifer's back after this big long layover. And we're Sly Stallone and his wife are back together, and we're still talking about them. They're still leading off our entertainment chunk. It's just so interesting how people just stay in the public consciousness for decades.
Look at Al getting all philosophical.
I know. Wow.
Got a message for us for the weekend, buddy?
Yeah.
Tell it.
Go with grace.
Oh, go with grace. That's
Yes,
beautiful.
I don't know what that means.
What does it mean? Yeah.
Always choose the graceful route.
That's why I love Sam. She backs me up. She will check me later. She got my back.
Okay, so George Clooney is known for pulling epic pranks on his celebrity friends. On the Jimmy Kimmel Show, he recently said he pulled a fast one on Brad Pitt and Meryl Streep. He got a hold of Brad's stationery and sent Meryl a note. Watch.
Yeah, I saw Meryl Streep the other night. I sent her a letter years ago with a bunch of CDs that were Dialect Coach. And I sent it from Brad, a bunch of CDs to Meryl Streep. They said, this guy helped me with my accent in Troy. I thought maybe he could help you. And Meryl said she avoided Brad for like 5 years.
That's hilarious. Okay, so a few years ago, Matt Damon revealed that George pranked him on the set of Monuments Men by having the wardrobe department take in his pants 1/8 of an inch every other day to make him think he was gaining weight.
That's good.
I love stuff like this.
That's really smart.
The second one was funny. The first one, I had a little bit of a problem with. It's just like, because he didn't complete the joke, he let it sit there for 5 years. And if you send somebody that's an actor you know, ways to work on their accent, it's an insult, especially if there's no payoff at the end. Like, oh, we got you.
But Meryl Streep's Academy Award winning. She's not going to feel insulted by it, in my opinion.
But would you wonder what you said there? I bet she's not insulted, but was there a movie they could have been in together that she gave up because of that situation?
They're fine.
You think?
They're both fine, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be insulted.
I would be so insulted.
If I took Sam's phone and I text you, Jeff, here's a link to how to read the prompter better because we both know, and then never said, hey, that was me. And now Sam's like, why is Jeff being weird? Like, I would just think, like, you need to, I'm not saying don't do the prank. It's a good prank. Just like,
but how often do they see each other? I don't know. I think it's funny. He also took stationery from the White House. Yeah, because
do it. Tell him.
So, and sent it to other actors saying that you were, like, he was Bill Clinton. Be like, I really loved your movie. Love Bill Clinton.
Who took the stationery? George Clooney?
Or had the White House Bill Clinton stationery. That is hilarious.
That's funny.
Now,
I didn't explain that well enough?
No, you didn't. You kind of like, it was a little, well, no, I didn't explain it much better.
No, I just didn't know who he was. Was it Brad Pitt or George Clooney?
I told you the story of the last show.
I didn't know if it was George Clooney or Brad Pitt.
Who has their own stationery, by the way? Let's bring it there.
Tori does.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. I don't
Who
understand.
are you?
I'm a person who writes thank you notes because I was raised as a person.
Have you ever seen her?
Nope, never got a thank you.
6 years?
Patty, I've written you a thank you note on that stationery. It's embossed.
Patty's not agreeing.
No, Patty's thank you notes are dope because they're just like cool, generic thank you notes, but then she takes hot wax and she seals the letter with hot wax.
But Patty's a boss.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What am I?
You're an employee.
Oh, I'm on this table next to you. I'm just as good as you.
I'm also an employee, and I don't have my own stationery because I'm not an embarrassing person.
Speaking of Jeff pranked me like 4 seasons ago where he put a whole thing of earring backings in my snow boots, and still to this day,
well thought out.
Though I dump those snow boots out all the time, I will always have 1 or 2 earring backings in there. Without a doubt.
That's a good prank.
Do you know I love a good prank? I prank my brother-in-law like every time I see him, and I love pranking people, but I'm now with the dynamic of where we are in society, and I'm not even joking, I feel like I'm a little nervous about pranking people. I'm like, this person might get offended or that, and I can't do it anymore.
You have to.
No, you can't.
Your car.
You can't have to because you can lose your job over something like that now. It's really gotten out of control. That's how I feel.
His car in stickers. Did you know it was me?
No, you did that to my car too.
No, I know.
She just said that.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at Jeff.
No, I said I covered your car in stickers.
Yeah, and then it was tough to get those stickers off because then those stickers then burned onto the windshield.
No, they were the puffy ones that kids use. I would never do the really adhesive stickers. That would be rude. I did the puffy ones where you literally blow and they come off.
They were.
Well, you used
still adhesive.
You used to put your dental floss in my coffee. That's not a good prank.
That was gross.
Not right.
That was Al.
No, I was pointing it at Al.
All right, good. I want to clear that up.
And then Jeff, I think, was filling in for me, and then but it all got blamed on me. So I'll take 1 or 2 of those. But I'm looking over.
But we don't do it anymore.
Well, today's not over yet.
All right, let's talk about Mark Wahlberg because he apparently is done with Hollywood. Back in April, he listed his Beverly Hills home for $87 million. That's insane. And he moved his family to Nevada. He told The Talk he moved to California years ago to pursue acting, but said he only made a couple of movies in LA his entire time there. That makes sense for actors, right? If you're not auditioning, you can live anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I think of Robert Redford for some reason. He always went to Sundance and created Sundance Ranch, and that's where you get the festival. And it's like he just got to get out of there because once you're famous in LA, it's a very different place. They're all over you.
But I would think aren't people going to be all over him wherever he goes?
No. Why do you think Dave Chappelle is in the middle of Ohio? Because he doesn't want to go get coffee, and people be like, Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle.
I would argue that most people in that's right. Now, most people in Los Angeles, I would think, would live there because they are famous, and it's much less of a big deal if you say, oh, Rihanna goes to the same Starbucks I do. I think more rather than if that was Cincinnati, Ohio, where that it could cause literally a riot in the mall if you're there. I think seeing famous people in LA, like when you ran up on, that was New York. What celebrity did you harass?
Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
I thought I knew her. I thought she was family. Oh my gosh, I hugged her and everything.
Love her.
Yeah, and then I said, "Oh, you're Alanis Morissette."
So does that go? Does that counteract his point that I'm moving to Nevada to be more anonymous, in that you're going to stand out way more as the whale in a small pond.
But he's also moving because of his children,
Yes.
right? So his children aren't famous, and when they're in Nevada, people aren't like, oh, that's Mark Wahlberg's kids. They're just kids. He might be famous, but he's sacrificing his celebrity or his life for his kids, right? So I think it's a good move. He's also bringing a studio to Nevada, which is bringing a lot of attention, and people are going to know who his kids are, but it's not that pretentious Hollywood scene, and if you're this person's kid, you get special favors.
Was,
right?
was it weird to you that he said, I've only made a couple of movies in Hollywood?
No,
I think
a lot of movies are in Atlanta. They're
Chicago,
where you can get tax
Vancouver.
credits.
But
he does a lot of overseas stuff too, I'm sure. He's a big star, you know?
He's a big star.
Well, he's a A-lister. They don't.
An A-list.
What are they going to shoot at the Grove? That was an inside joke.
The Grove is a popular mall in Hollywood.
Yeah, and they decorate it for Christmas and they play like Frank Sinatra.
Dude, except
and
when they make
the
it
best.
snow.
It's the best off the roof. It's
Except
fake
it's
snow.
soap suds.
Who cares?
I love it.
It ruins a blowout.
You put stickers on Al's car.
We can't have Christmas this year because Sam's blowout.
Shout out to Destiny, gave me a good blowout
Talk
today.
about pretentious Hollywood.
Hey.
Let's celebrate Christmas. Ew, bubbles.
It's soap suds. Okay. Let's talk about Netflix. What would you sit through ads on Netflix in order to pay a little bit less every month? So Netflix just revealed a new plan for $6.99 a month that includes about 4 to 5 commercials per hour. Netflix says it has lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. Yeah, nobody wants to pay, like, what is it now?
$20 a month.
That's ridiculous.
$19.99 a month.
I know.
I gotta be honest, I don't know why this gives me a weird feeling, but the whole point of Netflix is to not have commercials. So like, I don't think the reason people aren't, maybe it is money, it could be money, but I also think, what's the last Netflix show other than Dahmer that's been a big hit? They've kind of been like struggling I've gone to Hulu, I've gone to Apple, I've gone to Prime, I've gone to a lot of other things, Severance, all those came up, and then Netflix is like, we'll give you ads. I think you just
Stranger Things. It just came out in.
Yeah,
and
I think they have a
what
lot
about
of
Peaky
hits.
Blinders
Yeah, they have
just
a
came
lot.
out again? What about the Anna Sorkin story
That's
just
what happens
came out?
when you say Netflix doesn't really have a lot.
No, because
It has everything.
there was a whole, there was like a huge thing with Bird Box and all that that went out, and then I felt
was like 5 years ago.
It's like 7.
That's embarrassing.
Stop living in the past, man.
Oh my God. I'm wearing this shirt.
I'd like to talk about King Kong now. No, I think we saw this originally with satellite radio. When it first came out, it was Sirius XM. I think it was just XM radio at that time. That was a big pitch. It's like there's no commercials. You can say whatever you want. And guess what they have now? Commercials. Because we are in a capitalist society, and that's the only way that you can make money. There's commercials during HGTV shows.
For some reason, everything that I own has commercials because I don't have subscriptions to like Pandora or Spotify. So I just wait till the commercials play.
It doesn't bother you?
No, I go on YouTube, not YouTube TV, YouTube all the time to put my kids' favorite shows that I don't want to purchase on Amazon Prime. We wait for the commercials.
Huh, that is an answer.
What's wrong with the commercials?
I can't have. I'm sorry. With my streaming music, the commercials throw me off.
Yeah.
If I'm listening to music and I was painting last night, I don't want to hear an ad. Is that weird?
Or like a murder podcast where they're like, and then the murder came in. Get your Starbucks coffee. And you're like, whoa.
But you could save like $120 a year on just one subscription service if you let them have commercials.
Netflix is giving you options.
I feel like you'd be into that.
Yeah, but once you have it without commercials, you don't want to go back.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of thing. And then if you think, I got to cut my cable. Like, I have like so many subscriptions. I need to. I can tell you're not even interested in what I'm saying. Let's get out of here.
Oh my God, I was listening to Jody, our producer. So sorry.
See, I was right. I was right. You just looked at me and you're like.
So sorry that I'm listening to direction from our producer.
Well, I didn't know that. If I'm talking to Al and he's like, I'm not going to keep going.
I never did puh.
That's from a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I know which one you're talking about.
Did the chef go?
The waiter?
Or did he go?
Yeah.
All right, we've off the rails now. Let's go.
Coming up on DBL, and I was trying to listen to Jeff,
Sure
but I'm not good at doing two
Jody
things
excuse.
at once. Okay, the whole Jody excuse. I can't.
Happy Friday, Sammy. We love you.
Our interview with gold medalist Tara Lipinski. She's giving us all the deets on her wedding-themed show, plus she's weighing in on wedding dress.
Night's two-shot.
Close.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Okay, Jeff, you have to do to the camera what what you saw, because she was on.
Because we know each other so well, right? So like, even if I have like a joke, I could look at Sam and like give her like a look, and she knows where I'm going, right? So she was looking. I was looking her right in the eyes, and then she just went blank. She went. And so I was like,
I don't realize that when something else is triggering my mind, like Jody did at that moment, I don't realize that I do go blank.
Yeah, she
That's
just went blank. So, but I'm saying how much we know each other. So like, if I give you a look, you know like where I'm going.
Yeah.
So you not looking when you were like, I was like, well, that story sucked. So I better get out of this one.
That's funny. That's observant. I wish I could have seen a camera on my face because I'm not aware of it. Man, I'm not good at it.
I think
I'm not good at lying either. That's one thing. I'm never good at lying, so I just always tell the truth.
I don't think you're capable of it.
I'm so bad at it.
I don't think that you can lie.
Do you know why? It's selfish because I don't want bad karma.
Oh, really? See,
Yeah,
I just do it
it's a
so I don't
selfish
ever have to
reason.
remember.
It's very
I never wanna have to
selfish.
remember, because once you lie, then you have to like remember that, like, oh yeah, I said I was from here, and oh, I said my father worked here. It's like it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. I'd much rather just this is how I'm feeling.
Yeah. I think, and also like people can handle a lot more than you think they can in terms of like when you're like so embarrassed you don't want to tell somebody something, and then you tell them, and they're like, oh yeah, that's my dad too. Like it's anything that you think is so taboo and so whatever. Millions of people are dealing with it and couldn't be more bored with it. So,
do you have cable?
I don't think. No, I got Google TV.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Google TV is a thing. I need someone to walk me through because I only watch like a couple stations. I don't need full cable. Yeah, dude, I need sports.
Yeah.
I need Bravo.
That's all we need.
And I need a couple other
you get
things.
apps, so it's like there's ESPN, and you can download any app that you want.
you can watch football.
Yes.
Live.
I can't watch Amazon.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you get to see.
That's interesting. Huh. Welcome back. What makes a wedding day memorable? Olympic gold medalist and commentator Tara Lipinski is hosting a show that breaks it all down. Earlier, we spoke with her about wedding talk. Take a look.
Thanks for having me.
So Tara, your show dives into all things wedding, so we wanted to get your opinion on some wedding stories making the rounds. So first up, people are criticizing a woman on TikTok for cutting up and altering her bridesmaid dress a week before the big day. So what are your thoughts on this rogue bridesmaid?
I understood the assignment. I did not see that TikTok, but I'm sure someone's not going to be happy about that. But this is what's so fun about weddings, and what I love about this show, and this opportunity came around. I just thought, this is my dream job. I've hosted many things, but this is it, because I'm a hopeless romantic. I love love. I love planning my own wedding, and wish the show was around when I was planning my wedding.
You can have another wedding. Renew your vows.
Or I thought that was to just scare your husband, like, hey, I'm looking at other wedding options, so get it together, buddy.
Yeah, I keep bringing up, we've been married, this past year was 5 years, so I keep bringing up the vow renewal. So he's like, okay, at least we have to wait till 10 to do this. So I'm like, okay, but it's going to be a big one.
I love it. Congrats on 5 years. Now, Wedding Talk has all the amazing wedding trends, but you got married back in 2017. So is there anything that you say, man, I'd like to do that over, based on just like what you've learned from the show?
What I took away from the show, it was the heartwarming aspect of, obviously, and this is what I wanted in my wedding, is you're celebrating with all your friends, your family, and you really want to share your love with them. So you want to make it as personalized as possible. And I felt like after watching the show, there was just so many sweet ideas of how couples, wanted to demonstrate their love and add in their unique personalized touch. Also the weddings, some of these weddings I just, never could have dreamed up in my wildest dreams. We go to isolated weddings where a couple went through so much through COVID and personal reasons of why their own day was sort of not able to happen in the way that they wanted to, and then instead there they are hiking up this mountain, and they have planned it so there's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows, and it really blows your mind what you're going to see with the footage.
So Tara, I have to ask you, is there anything that you experienced that you were like, oh my God, this is cool, but I would never, ever do this?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was one helicoptering into a glacier, and there was, all types of weather, and I was like, there was no way I would ever be able to do that.
All right, well, your best friend Johnny Weir was in your wedding. You two have always, you guys always have fun. Friends, real friends, you have disagreements. So if so, have you ever had any disagreements with Johnny Weir, who we love on this show?
So Johnny and I, it's so funny, and he always tells this story. We really don't, because he is the perfect gentleman. We're like an old married couple together, and he's always like, I know you so well. I know I know how to avoid any of those disagreements. And I always say to my husband, I joke with him, I'm like, you better call Johnny. Johnny knows how to deal with it.
Really?
This is how you deal with
Really?
it. Just do what Johnny
call
would do.
your wife's best friend.
Yeah, that's a good best friend.
Yeah.
Okay, well, DBL Nation, watch season 2 of Wedding Talk, available now on Chicken Soup for the Soul streaming television channel. Thank you so much, Tara.
You were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Don't forget to tune in. It's on Crackle and Chicken Soup for the Soul, so you can just download the app to your TV or tablet.
Awesome.
Awesome. We'll be right back.
Suffer from pain?
October is a month dedicated to learning more about a disease we're well aware of. Chances are you know someone who's had it, maybe even in your own family. Doctors and researchers are putting these connections to work in the fight against breast cancer. Let's verify, how is breast cancer passed down? We turn to two doctors, the CDC and the American Cancer Society. Like other medical conditions, Dr. Claudine Isaacs says breast cancer can run in the family.
So it's really important for women to know if they have a strong family history or they have something going on.
The CDC says chances of breast cancer are higher in someone whose mother, sister, or daughter, or multiple family members on either parent's side of the family has had breast or ovarian cancer. The American Cancer Society describes a variety of reasons why breast cancer may be more common in some families, including genetics.
About a third of women who develop breast cancer have a family history, but only about 10% have a hereditary predisposition.
You may have heard of BRCA gene mutations, indicating higher likelihood of breast and other cancers. Dr. Kala Visvanathan says medical professionals can now look at a whole panel of genetic information connected to breast cancer risk.
We then divide those genes into those that are at higher risk versus moderate versus.
Genetic testing is usually done with a blood draw or cheek swab. Some at-home DNA tests you can buy yourself are FDA approved for detecting genetic variants like in the BRCA genes. But Dr. Visvanathan says they are not comprehensive or a substitute for a conversation with your doctor.
If you're just intrigued or interested, go ahead, but I wouldn't use it as a health, to sort of direct your health care.
Screening and preventative action is often encouraged earlier or more frequently for people with family history, and those with additional genetic risk factors might also have more intensive medical prevention options available.
How do we work with you to put these strategies into place?
With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back to DBL. People are constantly downloading new apps on their smartphones, and scammers are taking advantage of this. It's time for a security alert sponsored by LifeLock. There are a lot of legit applications you can download on your phones, but you need to watch out for lookalike app scammers. They will create apps that look similar to the original, but they're actually malware designed to steal your personal information, send text messages without your knowledge, or even track your location. So to protect yourself, only download apps from trusted sources like the Apple App Store or Google Play. Delete and report apps you're concerned about, and check the app's privacy policy to see what information they will access. If your information has been breached, LifeLock is here to help. LifeLock keeps you and your digital identity secure from cyber criminals. Call 1-800-953-0836 or visit lifelock.com to learn more. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry. Yes. So I know it. I'm counting. Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your Fast Fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, I want to, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real, massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Before we go, check this out. Fashion house.
Looked like Tori was already gone.
Balenciaga is getting a lot of attention for its designer purses. We're going to take a look at these clutches. Yep, they look exactly like Lay's potato chips bags with a zipper on the top. The price tag, $1,800. The bags were also featured on the runway at the Balenciaga Mud Show during Paris Fashion Week.
I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but it is a cool postmodern art look, like if you're holding a Campbell's tomato soup clutch. It's like just a nod at commercialism. Is it art or is it not?
I'm going to go lacquer a Lay's potato chip bag and
save
put
yourself
a strap on it.
$2,000.
Like,
But would you guys, would you wear it? Is this functional or is this just
I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't spend. I don't spend that. I wear like Steve Madden high heels because I don't like spending.
Yeah, I'm like Jessica Simpson high heels. Yeah.
Well, I don't. They kind of missed me with this one, but I do think you have a good built-in excuse because somebody's like, "Are you going through my purse?" You're like, "I thought these were chips." See, you're off the hook.
You could say, "Lay off my bag."
No,
the Lay's.
Do you think they had a partner?
I can't believe the booth did that.
Did they have a partnership with Lay's?
They have to because they're using their logo. And it says like Balenciaga. I was thinking the same thing. So it must have just been
It just seems like they make really cheap things very expensive.
Well,
like that's their
think about
business.
Kanye with the trash bags at Gap. Just go through them. It's like taking expensive things and making it really inexpensive.
Isn't that kind of like a slap in the face to people that can't afford? Like, hey, check out these homeless clothes.
Yeah.
They
Like
cost $10,000. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Check out this bag of chips that you pay 89 cents for. I paid $2,000 for it. Kanye walks to my fashion show and I get no pushback. But if you said something 20 years ago, get the hell out of here.
I like you're not letting Balenciaga off the hook, Jeff.
No, they shouldn't.
We have credits rolling.
Yeah.
Can we say goodbye?
I complain past the credits all the way till Monday.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I'm off to do something very merry.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna. a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities, where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So high, I know it. I'm
Don't miss a day of DBL. Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The January 6th committee votes to subpoena Trump. Will he testify under oath about the Capitol riot? Have you gotten your latest COVID booster yet? What you need to know to stay protected. Are your texting habits out of touch? Find out the classic emojis that are now considered old-fashioned. And Olympic gold medalist turned wedding show host Tara Lipinski dishes on decor, dresses, and destinations.
There's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Well, welcome to DBL. It is Friday. We made it. Thank goodness. Made it through the week.
Yeah.
You don't like when I say that.
No,
That's
we
why
made
I
it
do
to
it.
what?
We made it through the week. We made it to the weekend, but I do it because I can tell it.
Did you think
You should seize every day.
What?
You should take every day.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
Seize the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Goodwill Hunting? No.
I think it's just Latin.
It's just a Latin phrase. Yeah.
Okay, let's get to what everybody is talking about, including our viewers. There was a big surprise at the end of the January 6th hearing yesterday. The House panel voted unanimously to subpoena former President Donald Trump, placing him at the center of the effort to overturn the 2020 election. Now, there are reports that Trump, quote unquote, loves the idea of testifying as long as he gets to do it on his terms. Trump responded with, quote, "Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait until the very end? Because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country," end quote. So DBL Nation, we always want to hear from you. What do you think? Will Trump, let me ask you, Al, do you think, and of course our viewers, go to the tag board poll, okay, it's on the bottom. Please vote at dblvote.com. Do you think that he will testify?
No, but I think he wants to. I don't think his lawyers will let him. But I think testifying, especially the way that he wants to do it in front of his people, in front of the world, in front of that'd be like if I was able to testify, but I could do it from the comedy stage and be funny and charismatic, and they present you with an evidence, and I go, yeah, whatever, Mr. Making a comment about your outfit, a quick distraction. He's really, really, really good at that. And for his people to see him stand and defend himself, he's already playing with house money because they believe him anyway. So there's not going to be really anything that he could put himself in danger of except legal jeopardy, which is why his lawyers, like, if you go anywhere near that testifying, we got a problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
please.
TGIF.
No.
This is all you, Trump.
We made it.
Not at all. Yeah, we made it. I was just gonna say, I agree with Al completely. I don't think, but I also don't know if Trump will listen to his lawyers. The biggest thing he wants is to sit in that room and spew. And the one thing that January 6th committee will know is to keep it in a private committee, in my opinion. He also did release a 14-page response. The first line is all caps, and it reads, "The presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen." So it's very clear where he is. It's very clear where they are. I don't think they'd give him the opportunity of a public a rally, basically. It was what it would be.
Let me ask you, what do you think about his point about the committee waiting till the very end? Do you think that has backfired by them doing that?
Not at all. And when you build a case, you build it from evidence to evidence to evidence until you bring your strongest testimony. So in order to get Trump to be subpoenaed, they had to teach all of us that Trump said things like Cassidy Hutchinson that they brought up, says Trump saying this, quote, "I don't want people to know we lost. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know we lost." You needed to hear that testimony before you build the pie that he's at the top of the list. Otherwise, we're like, this is a witch hunt. So they need to build it slowly by foundation. And to me, they've done an excellent, excellent job. We'll see. They have to vote to see if they bring him in. I think it'll be interesting if he comes in. Interesting.
All right. Well, for
you think it'll be interesting?
I think, yeah, because I don't think what we all want is a public thing, and we're not going to get it, unfortunately. It's going to, in my opinion, go behind closed doors.
They built a good pie. Is the sum of that?
It's delicious justice pie.
Let's see what our viewers
think. A cup of coffee?
It's good. It's good
Our viewers, do you think Trump will testify? 78% of you say no. That speaks volumes. Okay, so for the first time, we're getting a look at the actions House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took that day. Listen.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really that they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States.
So CNN also released footage from earlier that day, which includes Pelosi threatening Trump. Take a listen.
So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out. This is my
I would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be happy.
Wow. What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know. Everyone seems to laugh at this, like it's a funny thing. And to be honest, I really don't mind it myself. But let's just take the shoe and put it on the other foot. Who's a woman in the, I don't know, in the Republican Party that everybody hates?
AOC.
Pick one.
Oh, in the Republican Party?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay.
Yeah, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, one of those.
Pick your poison, okay? For visualize.
Green.
If she said, "I'm going to punch Biden right in his face on national television," would we not be doing a story about you can't talk like that and have some respect for the American people and the president? We would be, right? But when it's Nancy Pelosi, everyone kind of giggled and laughed, and we all did that story. We did that story before, and everyone kind of thought it was a funny story. I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm just putting the shoe on the other foot here. Why is it okay for Nancy Pelosi to get away with everything, but if you flip the parties, it's not okay?
You can't compare those two unless, as Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying it, she was being attacked in the moment. When you're being attacked and your Capitol's being attacked and people are in tear gas.
Well, pretend she was being attacked in the moment.
No, because it's, at some point there's a difference between just saying I want to punch Donald Trump.
I can't even use an example?
No, I'm saying, for me, if you're going to say I'm going to punch Donald Trump, yeah, that's awful. That's rude. You're the Speaker of the House. You can't do that, right? But if you're under attack and you think he incited that violence and there's tear gas being put on and you're in a private bunker, at some point I could understand I'm going to try and fight back and get this presidential election passed. Was it maybe too violent? Yeah, but people were like banging and defecating on the ground.
Well, I know, but it's funny how you make excuses for that instead of just saying she shouldn't have said that. But if it was the shoe on the other foot, like I said, and I'm making excuses and say there was tear gas out there, everyone's like, well, you're a Trumper, that's why, and you're racist and all that. I get 1,000 labels thrown on me for trying to defend someone else. But when you say it, it's all good. It's all good in the hood.
You don't threaten. Listen,
I'm just bringing a different point here.
Listen. President Trump, in my opinion, incited the insurrection. He's responsible for the insurrection. I 1,000% believe that. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's saying that. Do I understand it? Would Sam say something like that about someone else if she was in that position? 1,000%. But to Jeff's point, I don't think that those things can happen when you are a Nancy Pelosi. Now, what bothers me, though, because I understand why she said it, I don't condone it, but what bothers me is, and I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan, I've been highly critical of her, is that we're not focusing on how she did her job that day.
She killed it.
She killed it that day.
Yeah, she killed it.
And I want people to understand, and again, this is someone that is not a big fan of hers. She made sure, despite everything that she was going through, despite the attack, she could have ran home, she could have stayed in that bunker. She did everything in her power to make sure that those doors were reopened so she and her peers could do their job for the American people. I think that's what we should be focusing on, even though I do not condone what she said.
I also want to say, though, really quickly,
at the time.
She also said it to her daughter on an iPhone. That was her daughter taking that footage. It was not, I'm going to punch Donald Trump out to people. It was in a bunker. Yes, she's a documentarian, but I think it's different when you say it to your family member as opposed to publicly saying that as Speaker of the House.
And I want to say this and not take away from you guys' conversation, but Sam, you really sparked something when you said that she killed it that day. I don't think we realized that the work of certain people are the reason that we're kind of even still sitting here. And
yeah, she was the president that day. Yeah,
she really was.
Yeah,
I mean,
she was the president.
She was a real patriot.
Yes, she was.
Mike Pence. Really,
another
nobody
patriot.
wants to talk about that because people are not fans of his.
Huge patriot.
Think about this. If Mike Pence rejects the count and throws it back to the states, we are now in a state of chaos because now Joe Biden's not really the president and Trump is not the president.
It's a constitutional crisis.
Now the streets are going to decide who the president is, because the next day, if we don't have a president, they can't come out the next day and say, sorry guys, Trump's our president again. People would lose it. If they came back the next day and said, we read the numbers that you already don't believe after the vice president said that they weren't valid, and now Trump's people are like, wait, what? Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, Officer Goodwin.
Yes.
Eugene Goodwin that saved lives that day. There were some real heroes that day. That's the reason that we're sitting here and we are not in a constant state of chaos.
So true. Very well said. Thank you for buttoning that. I appreciate it. Coming up on DBL, are the emojis you use totally out of touch? We're talking about why some of the classics are now considered old-fashioned. And Dr. Coley joins us in the studio. We're talking about weight gain after menopause, plus the latest on the COVID boost.
Closed captioning provided by...
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just going to sit here and be right.
I know y'all going to be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
The weight melts off you.
All right, we're live.
Hey guys, we're talking about really quickly a preview. Elon Musk took this diabetic drug to lose weight. Now, I don't condone that. We don't condone that on the show. However, I thought you just moved me. Not enough disease. Oh, okay. This show is all about getting up and moving. Thank you, honey. And the FDA, we're going to ask Dr. Coley about it. Is it safe? Is it not? It turns out it might be a huge breakthrough. The fat just melts off, melts off. And now we're seeing that it doesn't have bad side effects. Could this be a new breakthrough in weight loss drugs? We're asking Coley because what if Musk get less husky and has discovered something? What if he discovered something, Musk? And I don't really love Musk.
I don't need it.
Musk is scary. Musky, husky. Musky's no longer husky. I also think it's funny, did you ever know, you people forget, he started PayPal.
He did?
Yeah.
Before Twitter?
Elon Musk, yeah, he doesn't even own Twitter yet. He used to still pay the $44 billion. He started PayPal. This man. But he's also a family of emerald miners from South Africa. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's like a villain, a Trump villain. So let's hear what you guys have to say about...
I can keep this? Oh, it's on here.
Does it look better? Okay.
My husband been high flow oxygen.
Tori's not excited about it.
What am I not? I am so happy.
He had both vaccinations, annual booster,
Yeah.
or Moderna. Should he continue getting the Moderna booster, or will the
See, and
Pfizer
if
booster
there's a little
Jesus.
in the beginning, but maybe end with that. The only person that rigged the election.
We should have led the show.
You and me, right?
Yeah.
You and me.
I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in.
Please don't forget to jump in.
I will not.
Okay.
All right.
Wait.
Here. Oh, thank you. Just eat.
Well, Welcome back. Menopause, weight gain, and diabetes drugs are making headlines today. We have Dr. Coley here to answer our questions.
All right, Dr. Coley, many women going through menopause prepare themselves, especially in dealing with weight gain. And I'm even worried about like perimenopause, so we really need to know this. Why do women have to gain weight after menopause? Why?
It's really hard for us, isn't it? Yeah, and it's not just menopause, it's actually throughout our life. As we get older, every decade of our life, we're really actually supposed to be cutting down the number of calories we take in, men and women. Okay. In fact, for every decade, you should be cutting down about 200 to 300 calories per day.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Because our basal metabolic rate, the way our body kind of uses up our calories slows down. Once we hit menopause, Tori, as you said, our estrogen goes away. So we actually have less muscle mass. And as a result, we have more fat, which is less efficient at burning calories. So we end up losing less calories that way, and then we're still eating more, and we have less energy.
I appreciate that Tori asked you, are you serious? Like you guys are drunk at a bar for real? I swear to God.
Menopause is a joke.
It's really hard.
Al cracks me up because I don't know why you make me laugh so hard. Al just goes, okay, because he looks right at him. I don't know why it made me laugh so hard.
We have to get to this. This is groundbreaking, maybe. Speaking of weight, people like Elon Musk have come out and said that they were using a new diabetic drug to help lose weight. What do you think about this? Is this like another thing where we're going to have to send out a public service like, do not do this, or does this work?
No, actually it works really well. So this drug that had initially come out for diabetics, we were studying it in the clinical trials, and it was working. It was helping with heart attacks and such. But then we saw them losing all this weight. Their weight was just melting away in the trials. So all the companies have now started marketing this drug and designing it for weight loss, and the FDA looked at the data, and it was so compelling that it now has an indication for weight loss as well.
Whoa.
Yes, and I cannot get enough of my patients on this drug, actually, because not only does it help you lose the weight, it actually helps you melt away the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the high cholesterol, and it improves your cardiovascular outcomes. So it's a very safe way to lose weight. It's a once-a-week injection. You give it to yourself, and I think it's really changing the paradigm of how we think about weight loss, which for the longest time had been, it's up to you. Exercise more, eat better, and that's all we can offer.
Boring. Let's give me the shot, Doc. Yeah.
Hit me, baby.
And anyone could take this? It's not just people who are diabetic?
Right.
Anyone can take it who has a body mass index greater than or equal to 27 and at least one weight-related condition. So if you think about the number of us out there that might have high cholesterol, sleep apnea.
High blood pressure too?
High blood pressure, that counts as well. And a BMI greater than 27. I mean, there's just a world of people that are eligible. So this year for Christmas, I was thinking I would get everyone's BMI in my family and offer them injections as medication to help them have a better 2023.
As like kind of a shot a little bit. Like, hey, you're big enough. Let's get you the shot.
Merry Christmas.
All those excuses sound like you're trying to get your marijuana card back in the day. I got all these symptoms, Doc. All right. Let's switch gears because we received a viewer question. I love these. Kathy wrote, my husband has been on high-flow oxygen 24/7 since July 2014. He will be 83 in November. He had both vaccinations, one booster. All were Moderna. Should he continue getting a Moderna booster, or will the Pfizer booster protect him now?
You know, so there's not that much of a difference between boosting with Moderna or Pfizer, but all the data that we have really comes from the old booster, which was a single virus strain, remember? So the new bivalent booster, we really don't know whether we should mix and match. So there's an absence of data. Of course, an absence of data doesn't mean there's an absence of evidence that it works, but I would say without knowing, because there's some differences in dosages, the Moderna is 50 micrograms, so it's 25 and 25 of each virus strain. The Pfizer one's only 30, so it's 15 and 15. So I would say stick with Moderna if you can. And for those of us that got Pfizer, I might even suggest switching to Moderna because it's that higher dose of each of the virus strains. But really, whatever one you can get, and I'm looking at you.
I know.
Go and get it.
I know. I'll get it. I'm getting it.
Today?
I'm getting it today.
Yeah. Okay.
Friday.
Her voice went up an octave.
Yeah, I went up today.
That's Tori's tell when her voice goes up an octave. We're going to hold you to it, Tori.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Coley, for providing all the information. If you have a question you would like Dr. Coley to answer, write us on social media or send us an email to info@dailyblastlive.com. We'll be right back.
Are you ready?
There's something strange going on with Meg Thee Stallion. Good riddance to the messiest member of Potomac Housewives, and what's Sade doing with Brad Pitt? In this week's What Erica's Watching. First, Houston hottie Megan Thee Stallion was giving us a little first look at her upcoming appearance in Stranger Things. She posted these pics teasing the show's final season and gave us a glimpse of what we can expect. Well, since the show's wrapping, they might as well include one of the best. You see what I did there? I know. Next, season 7 of The Real Housewives of Potomac is here. And if you didn't catch the premiere, the most important thing you need to know is that Ashley Darby's embarrassing husband, Michael, won't be returning to the show, and that the couple is headed for divorce. However, they plan on buying a house together.
You and Michael are getting a divorce.
We are. I am elated in a place that excludes her crusty grabbing husband.
Now, Ashley must not want to really clean house, maybe because she's just used to having a messy man, but I'm with Candace on this one. I will tip in for that divorce party as well. And finally, it's been a while since we've heard from Sade. Now, when it comes to releasing new music, she's a smooth operator. So is it a crime that Brad Pitt actually told Billboard that Sade and her band worked on new music in his revamped state-of-the-art studio in France? Well, thank you, Bradley, for spilling the tea. Just don't ever leak the album. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
Get it, Rob. Rob's our
with those sweet
cameraman.
feet. That's right.
Welcome back. A recent thread on Reddit brought up the top emojis that make you look out of touch. According to some younger people, dump the thumbs up emoji because it's seen as passive aggressive and confrontational.
I could see that, yes.
Like condescending.
Yes.
Condescending a little
Yeah.
bit because they often use it in a sarcastic way.
I agree.
People use the red heart emoji to show their love for someone or something, but that too is considered old-fashioned. Also, stay away from the okay hand emoji and the laughing crying face. What? I use that one all the time. It'll make you look dated. What do you think of this?
I use the tilted one only because it's cooler. Maybe?
I alternate. Doop, boop, boopity boop.
I love you so much.
Why did you not like the thumbs up one?
I use all 4 of those all the time.
Oh, boy.
All 4. Yeah. And now that people don't like them, I'm using them even more. Yeah. What are you talking about? Thumbs up's condescending?
Because
I can't
I'll tell you
stand
what happened. The thumbs up used to be normal, like the way you're using it. But then people started to use it like if you had an issue, like if somebody let you borrow their lawnmower or something, and they're like, hey, I need it back, and you just go, okay, it kind of comes off like, okay, buddy, I got it. It's a weird thing. But
how about if someone's like, hey, did you get my message? And I go, yeah, I got it.
I use
Thumbs
that
up.
black check mark near the back that's near the flags.
Oh, I use that one a lot.
You do?
I
I never go by the flags. The flags I've never even seen.
The flags are the biggest waste of space.
No one cares about the flags.
Are you
using the flags?
Soccer fans during the World Cup?
Yes, and you
Olympic
download your
fans?
country's flag. I don't need the United Nations back there. I need like more other emojis.
I agree with you.
It's a lot of flags.
Too many flags.
Oh my
How many people
gosh.
use the flags?
A lot of people do.
They do not. I've never seen them. They don't text
All right,
me.
so are there any emojis that you don't need? He doesn't like the flags, apparently. Are there any emojis that you don't understand?
Yes, there's 3 I picked, and here they are. I don't understand what that one on the left. Oh, that's wine?
Yeah, it's just dropping wine on the ground. That's something you do all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
I just got that. Seeing
That's
that as
Tori
larger.
in an emoji.
Larger. Yeah, you're right. What's that middle one? It's in the food section.
Oh, can I see it again?
What is it?
What is it?
It goes in ramen.
Oh.
What is it?
It goes in ramen. Someone said.
I would have never got
Okay, a ramen thing.
Okay, and then fish something. Okay, and then the blue people. Why are they?
They're hugging.
Yeah, but they seem like there's a secret.
It looks like it should be the logo of an outreach program.
Yeah, there's a secret between them that we aren't supposed to know.
Okay.
That's something you should talk to your therapist.
I will.
What do you see when you look at this emoji?
Jeff, are there any that you don't understand?
I guess so. I just picked one this morning. Oh yeah, what's that?
It's a baby crawling, right?
It is?
Don't you see a baby?
Oh, it is?
It's a butt in the air.
I always thought it was sexual.
Yes,
I did too. I thought it was
I thought someone was drunk.
No, that'd be good.
Crawling on.
I guess that's what my therapist
Yeah, you
said.
gotta go to your therapist for that.
What about you,
We're learning
Al?
more about ourselves as we do this.
What about you?
Mine, it's weird. I didn't understand the assignment.
That's a
'cause,
mousetrap.
Yeah, it's a mousetrap.
I didn't get this at first. Like, when would you ever use this? But I guess if you think like, hey, Sam, don't go over there, it's a trap.
Yeah.
But like, when would you?
Also, why would you trap a mouse in a wooden box like that?
That's a good point.
Well,
Okay.
Just as long as it's a non-kill
humane.
trap.
Yeah, my bad. You're right. That's
Hopefully
fair.
it's a non-kill
You're
trap.
right.
What about yours, Sam?
Mine, there's 3 I don't understand. One is like a fog one. I don't understand the fog. And then the other 2.
You live in Colorado. You should.
The other 2 I assume is sushi.
Sushi.
Onigiri?
Oh.
Onigiri.
But what would you use it for? I'm going to go get sushi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there's another sushi
What
one.
would I
that's
use a stop sign for? To stop?
There's a traditional sushi one.
Right, there's a regular sushi, and I also use the flan one a lot, because who
Hold
uses
up.
flan?
There's a
Wait a
flan.
second. There is a sushi emoji.
Yeah.
So
Right,
what's
that's what I said. There's
So
like
what's the point of those 2?
More
Those
specific.
are like next level.
Those are like the fancy
Yeah.
schmancy, I
This
go
isn't
get
like-
sushi all
yeah.
the time people.
Sugar
It's
fish
also,
people.
our phones aren't made here, so if it was made in America, there'd be hamburgers everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could see that.
But what's the fog one for?
Fog?
No, because there's another one that has fog.
Oh.
No, there's another one that has a cloud of fog.
I thought that was wind. I'm bad at it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Good camera work.
There's
That
one
was
that's
good
just
camera
wind
work.
though.
There's more that's like a gust.
Yeah, the gust I like.
I do too.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it. I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your fast fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the 4th largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real, massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, A viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Commercials are coming soon to Netflix. We're chatting about the big change, plus a red carpet roundup featuring Johnny Depp without facial hair and Bennifer rocking all black. That's next.
It's that time of year again. Parents will be handing out loads of candy, but when it comes to pets, some candy is downright dangerous. So we wanted to look into which treats are most treacherous to your furry friends. Our source is Audrey Weistrack, CEO and co-founder of Pet Folk, a vet and urgent care clinic, and PetMD, a vet-written and reviewed website. There's an array of candies on the market, but Weistrack says there are a few that pet owners should be extra cautious about.
Any sugar-free products, ranging from gum to candy. There's a lot of products out there that tend to be sugar-free.
Sugar-free candies contain an ingredient called xylitol, which PetMD says can be very dangerous and even deadly for pets.
Pets do not have the ability to break down that sweetener, and it causes a very dramatic decline in their blood sugar and can cause seizures and death.
Another that tops the list, even though we may think it's healthy, raisins. Weistrack says owners need to keep them away from their pets.
Raisins can be highly deadly to animals and cause some severe problems with kidney function. And even in a small quantity, 1 or 2 raisins can be toxic.
And finally, dark chocolate.
Baker's chocolate has the highest level of toxicity for our pets, and then milk chocolate to a lesser degree. Dogs and cats just don't have the ability to break down the component of chocolate.
So if your dog or cat consumes any of these, Weistrack says call your veterinarian or urgent care. You can also get help from the ASPCA or other pet poison control hotlines. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. Friday. Well, we're going to do a little red carpet roundup of the stars people are talking about. First, Johnny Depp looked very different. Without a goatee and a mustache. Hold on, let me just take it in. Oh, yeah, big time difference. Okay, all right, that was in New York. So here's Johnny as we're used to seeing him and his freshly shaved face. Wow, I prefer the facial hair. Then there's Bennifer. Okay, they're back in black.
It is a great photo.
Yep, Ben and Jen attended their first event as a married couple. They were in LA for the Ralph Lauren show. Speaking of couples.
Ben, I'm wearing black, so are you.
Yes, kindred spirits.
So are who?
That's what she told him.
Oh, really?
Did you get it? I was imitating her.
Well, it didn't sound like it.
It sounded exactly like Jade from the block.
Speaking of couples, Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin were at a different fashion event. It's their first public outing since calling off their divorce.
I'm so happy for them.
Me too. Good for them.
Yeah.
And then Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger reunited on the red carpet 28 years later after their movie True Lies. They shared a friendly kiss at Jamie Lee's hand and footprint ceremony at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood.
Can I just say True Lies was a phenomenal film.
Now there's a new series coming out starring Ginger Gonzaga from She-Hulk. It's a lot of hoopla. A lot of people are excited. I used to waitress with her. She's about to blow up. My former little waitress is about to blow up. She's going to be Jamie Lee Curtis in the new True Lies series. That's a big deal.
You mean She-Hulk being a lawyer, Hulk didn't blow her up?
Well, no, it didn't blow. She's not the main star in She-Hulk. She's the main star in True Lies.
Because it sounds like it stinks.
You know what I was thinking as we were looking at those photos? It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, we look at, Arnold and Jamie Lee, and then Bennifer's back after this big long layover. And we're Sly Stallone and his wife are back together, and we're still talking about them. They're still leading off our entertainment chunk. It's just so interesting how people just stay in the public consciousness for decades.
Look at Al getting all philosophical.
I know. Wow.
Got a message for us for the weekend, buddy?
Yeah.
Tell it.
Go with grace.
Oh, go with grace. It's
Yes.
beautiful.
I don't know what that means.
What does it mean? Yeah.
Always choose the graceful route.
That's why I love Sam. She backs me up. She will check me later. She got my back.
Okay, so George Clooney is known for pulling epic pranks on his celebrity friends. On the Jimmy Kimmel Show, he recently said he pulled a fast one on Brad Pitt and Meryl Streep. He got a hold of Brad's stationery and sent Meryl a note. Watch.
Yeah, I saw Meryl Streep the other night. I sent her a letter years ago with a bunch of CDs that were Dialect Coach. And I sent it from Brad, a bunch of CDs to Meryl Streep. I said, this guy helped me with my accent in Troy. I thought maybe he could help you. And Meryl said she avoided Brad for like 5 years.
That's hilarious. Okay, so a few years ago, Matt Damon revealed that George pranked him on the set of Monuments Men by having the wardrobe department take in his pants 1/8 of an inch every other day to make him think he was gaining weight.
That's good.
I love stuff like this.
That's really smart.
The second one was funny. The first one, I had a little bit of a problem with. It's just like, because he didn't complete the joke, he let it sit there for 5 years. And if you send somebody that's an actor, ways to work on their accent, it's an insult, especially if there's no payoff at the end. Like, we got you.
But I do. Streep's Academy Award winning. She's not going to feel insulted by it, in my opinion.
But would you wonder what you said there? I bet she's not insulted, but was there a movie they could have been in together that she gave up because of that situation?
They're fine.
You think?
They're both fine, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be insulted.
I would be so insulted.
If I took Sam's phone and I text you, Jeff, here's a link to how to read the prompter better because we both know, and then never said, hey, that was me, and now Sam's like, why is Jeff being weird? Like, I would just think like you need to. I'm not saying don't do the prank. It's a good prank. Just like.
But how often do they see each other? I don't know. I think it's funny. He also took stationery from the White House. Yeah, because
do it. Tell him.
So and sent it to other actors, saying that you were like he was Bill Clinton. Be like, I really loved your movie. Love Bill Clinton.
Who took the stationery? George Clooney
or had the White House Bill Clinton stationery. That is hilarious.
That's funny.
Now,
I didn't explain that well enough?
No, you didn't. You kind of like, it was a little, well, no, I didn't explain it much better.
No, I just didn't know who he was. Was it Brad Pitt or George Clooney?
I told you the story of the last show.
I didn't know if it was George Clooney or Brad Pitt.
Who has their own stationery, by the way? Let's bring it there.
Tori does.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. I don't
Who
understand.
are you?
I'm a person who writes thank you notes because I was raised as a person.
Have you ever seen her?
Nope, never got a thank you.
6 years?
Patty, I've written you a thank you note on that stationery. It's embossed.
Patty's not agreeing.
No, Patty's thank you notes are dope because they're just like cool, generic thank you notes, but then she takes hot wax and she seals the letter with hot wax.
But Patty's a boss.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What am I?
You're an employee.
Oh, no. I'm on this table next to you. I'm just as good as you.
I'm also an employee, and I don't have my own stationery because I'm not an embarrassing person.
Speaking of Jeff pranked me like 4 seasons ago where he put a whole thing of earring backings in my snow boots and still to this day.
Well thought out.
Though I dump those snow boots out all the time, I will always have 1 or 2 earring backings in there. Without a doubt.
That's a good prank.
Do you know I love a good prank? I prank my brother-in-law like every time I see him, and I love pranking people, but I'm now with the dynamic of where we are in society, and I'm not even joking, I feel like I'm a little nervous about pranking people. I'm like, this person might get offended or that, and I can't do it anymore.
You have to.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Your car.
You can't have to because you can lose your job over something like that now. It's really gotten out of control. That's how I feel.
His car in stickers. Did you know it was me?
No, you did that to my car too.
No, I know.
You
She
put
just
stickers?
said that.
You.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at
No,
Jeff.
I said I covered your car in
and then
stickers.
it was tough to get those stickers off because then those stickers
that's
then
a
burned
lie.
onto the windshield.
No, they were the
And
puffy ones that kids use. I would never do the really adhesive stickers. That would be rude. I did the puffy ones where you literally blow and they come off.
They were.
Well, you used,
still adhesive.
used to put your dental floss in my coffee. That's not a good prank.
That was gross.
Not right.
That was Al.
No, I was pointing it at
All right, good. I wanted to clear that up.
And then Jeff, I think, was filling in for me, and then, but it all got blamed on me. So I'll take one or two of those, but I'm looking over.
But we don't do it anymore.
Well, today's not over yet.
All right, let's talk about Mark Wahlberg because he apparently is done with Hollywood. Back in April, he listed his Beverly Hills home for $87 million. That's insane. And he moved his family to Nevada. He told The Talk he moved to California years ago to pursue acting, but said he only made a couple of movies in LA his entire time there. That makes sense for actors, right? If you're not auditioning, you can live anywhere.
Yeah, that's where what I think of Robert Redford for some reason. He always went to Sundance and created Sundance Ranch, and that's where you get the festival. And it's like he just got to get out of there because once you're famous in LA, it's a very different place. They're all over you.
But I would think aren't people going to be all over him wherever he goes?
No, why do you think Dave Chappelle is in the middle of Ohio? Because he doesn't want to go get coffee, and people be like, Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle.
I would argue that most people in that's right. Now, most people in Los Angeles, I would think, would live there because they are famous, and it's much less of a big deal if you say, oh, Rihanna goes to the same Starbucks I do. I think more, rather than if that was Cincinnati, Ohio, where that it could cause literally a riot in the mall if you're there. I think seeing famous people in LA, like when you ran up on, that was New York. What celebrity did you harass?
Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
I thought I knew her. I thought she was family.
Oh my gosh,
I hugged her and everything.
love her.
Yeah, and then I said, "Oh, you're Alanis Morissette."
So does that go? Does that counteract his point that I'm moving to Nevada to be more anonymous, in that you're going to stand out way more as the whale in a small pond?
But he's also moving because of his children,
Yes.
right? So his children aren't famous, and when they're in Nevada, people aren't like, oh, that's Mark Wahlberg's kids. They're just kids. He might be famous, but he's sacrificing his celebrity or his life for his kids, right? So I think it's a good move. He's also bringing a studio to Nevada, which is bringing a lot of attention, and people are going to know who his kids are, but it's not that pretentious Hollywood scene, and if you're this person's kid, you get special favors.
Was,
right?
was it weird to you that he said, I've only made a couple of movies in Hollywood?
No, a lot of movies are in Atlanta. They're
Chicago,
where you can get tax
Vancouver.
credits.
But
he does a lot of overseas stuff too, I'm sure. He's a big star, you know?
He's a big star.
Well, he's a A-lister. They
He's
don't.
an A-list.
What are they going to shoot at the Grove? That was an inside joke.
The Grove is a popular mall in Hollywood.
Yeah, and they decorate it for Christmas and they play like Frank Sinatra.
Dude, except
and
when they make
the
it
best.
snow.
It's the best off the roof. It's
Except
fake
it's
snow.
soap suds.
Who cares?
I love it.
It ruins a blowout.
You put stickers on Al's car.
We can't have
and ruined
Christmas
his paint
this year
job.
because Sam's blowout.
Shout out
Wow,
to Destiny, gave me a good blowout
Talk
today.
about pretentious Hollywood.
Hey.
Let's celebrate Christmas. Ew, bubbles.
It's soap suds. Okay. Let's talk about Netflix. What would you sit through ads on Netflix in order to pay a little bit less every month? So Netflix just revealed a new plan for $6.99 a month that includes about 4 to 5 commercials per hour. Netflix says it has lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. Yeah, nobody wants to pay, like, what is it now?
$20 a month.
That's ridiculous.
$19.99 a month.
I know.
I gotta be honest, I don't know why this gives me a weird feeling, but the whole point of Netflix is to not have commercials. So like, I don't think the reason people aren't, maybe it is money, it could be money, but I also think, what's the last Netflix show other than Dahmer that's been a big hit? They've kind of been like struggling I've gone to Hulu, I've gone to Apple, I've gone to Prime, I've gone to a lot of other things, Severance, all those came up, and then Netflix is like, we'll give you ads. I think you just
Stranger Things. It just came out in.
Yeah,
and
I think they have a lot
about
of
Peaky
hits.
Blinders
Yeah, they have
just
a
came
lot.
out again? What about the Anna Sorkin story
That's
just
what happens
came out?
when you say Netflix doesn't really have a lot.
No, because
It has everything.
there was a whole, there was like a huge thing with Bird Box and all that that went out, and then I
That
felt
was like 5 years ago.
It's like 7.
That's
Oh my God.
embarrassing.
Stop living in the past, man.
oh my God, I'm wearing this shirt. I'm
I'd
living
like to
in
talk
the
about
70s.
King Kong now. No, I think we saw this originally with satellite radio. When it first came out, it was Sirius XM. I think it was just XM radio at that time. That was a big pitch. It's like there's no commercials. You can say whatever you want. And guess what they have now? Commercials. Because we are in a capitalist society, and that's the only way that you can make money. There's commercials commercials during HGTV shows.
For some reason, everything that I own has commercials because I don't have subscriptions to like Pandora or Spotify. So I just wait till the commercials play.
It doesn't bother you?
No, I go on YouTube, not YouTube TV, YouTube all the time to put my kids' favorite shows that I don't want to purchase on Amazon Prime. We wait for the commercials.
Huh, that is an answer.
What's wrong with commercials?
I can't have. I'm sorry. With my streaming music, the commercials throw me off.
Yeah.
If I'm listening to music and I was painting last night, I don't want to hear an ad. Is that weird?
Or like a murder podcast where they're like, and then the murder came in. Get your Starbucks coffee. And you're like, whoa.
But you could save like $120 a year on just one subscription service if you let them have commercials.
Well, I mean, Netflix is giving you options.
I feel like you'd be into that.
Yeah, but once you have it without commercials, you don't want to go back.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of thing. And then if you think, I got to cut my cable. Like, I have like so many subscriptions. I need to. I can tell you're not even interested in what I'm saying. Let's get out of here.
Oh my God, I was listening to Jody, our producer. So sorry.
See, I was right. I was right. You just looked at me and you're like.
So sorry that I'm listening to direction from our producer.
Well, I didn't know that. If I'm talking to Al and he's like, I'm not going to keep going.
I never did puh.
That's from a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I know which one you're talking about.
Did the chef go?
The waiter?
Or did he go?
Yeah.
All right, we've off the rails now. Let's go.
Coming up on DBL, and I was trying to listen to Jeff,
Sure
but I'm not good at doing two things at once. Okay, Jody excuse. I can't.
Happy Friday, Sammy. We love you.
Our interview with gold medalist Tara Lipinski. She's giving us all the deets on her wedding-themed show, plus she's weighing in on wedding dress.
Nice two-shot.
Close.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Okay, Jeff, you have to do to the camera what you saw, because she was on.
Because we know each other so well, right? So like, even if I have like a joke, I could look at Sam and like give her like a look, and she knows where I'm going, right? So she was looking. I was looking her right in the eyes, and then she just went blank. She went. And so I was like,
I don't realize that when something else is triggering my mind, like Jody did at that moment, I don't realize that I do go blank.
Yeah, she
That's
just went blank. So, but I'm saying how much we know each other. So like, if I give you a look, you know like where I'm going.
Yeah.
So you not looking when you were like, I was like, well, that story sucked. So I better get out of this one.
That's funny. That's observant. I wish I could have seen a camera on my face because I'm not aware of it. Man, I'm not good at it.
I think
I'm not good at lying either. That's one thing. I'm never good at lying, so I just always tell the truth.
I don't think you're capable of it.
I'm so bad at it.
I don't think that you can lie.
Do you know why? It's selfish because I don't want bad karma.
Oh, really? See,
Yeah,
I just do
it's
it
a
so I don't
selfish
ever have to
reason.
remember.
It's very selfish.
I never want to have to remember, because once you lie, then you have to like remember that, like, oh yeah, I said I was from here, and oh, I said my father worked here. It's like, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. I'd much rather just, this is how I'm feeling.
Yeah. I think, and also like people can handle a lot more than you think they can in terms of like when you're like so embarrassed you don't want to tell somebody something, and then you tell them, and they're like, oh yeah, that's my dad too. Like, it's anything that you think is so taboo and so whatever, millions of people are dealing with it and couldn't be more bored with it. So,
do you have cable?
I don't think. No, I got Google TV.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Google TV is a thing. I need someone to walk me through, because I only watch like a couple stations. I don't need full cable. Yeah, dude, I need sports.
Yeah.
I need Bravo.
That's all we need.
And I need a couple other
You get
things.
apps, so it's like, there's ESPN, and you can download any app that
Yeah,
you
but
want.
you can watch football.
Yes.
Live.
I can't watch Amazon.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you get to see
That's interesting. Huh.
Welcome back. What makes a wedding day memorable? Olympic gold medalist and commentator Tara Lipinski is hosting a show that breaks it all down. Earlier, we spoke with her about wedding talk. Take a look.
Thanks for having me.
So Tara, your show dives into all things wedding, so we wanted to get your opinion on some wedding stories making the rounds. So first up, people are criticizing a woman on TikTok for cutting up and altering her bridesmaid dress a week before the big day. So what are your thoughts on this rogue bridesmaid?
I understood the assignment.
I I did not see that TikTok, but I'm sure someone's not going to be happy about that. But, you know, this is what's so fun about weddings and what I love about this show, and this opportunity came around. I just thought, this is my dream job. I've hosted many things, but this is it, because I'm a hopeless romantic. I love love. I love planning my own wedding and wish the show was around when I was planning my wedding.
You can have another wedding.
Yeah,
renew your vows.
Or you know, I thought that was to just scare your husband, like, hey, I'm looking at other wedding options, so get it together, buddy.
Yeah, I keep bringing up, we've been married, this past year was 5 years, so I keep bringing up the vow renewal. So he's like, okay, at least we have to wait till 10 to do this. So I'm like, okay, but it's going to be a big one.
I love it. Congrats on 5 years. Now, Wedding Talk has all the amazing wedding trends, but you got married back in 2017. So is there anything that you say, man, I'd like to do that over, based on just like what you've learned from the show?
What I took away from the show, it was the heartwarming aspect of, obviously, and this is what I wanted in my wedding, is you're celebrating with all your friends, your family, and you really want to share your love with them. So you want to make it as personalized as possible. And I felt like after watching the show, there was just so many sweet ideas of how couples, you know, wanted to demonstrate their love and add in their unique personalized touch. Also the weddings, some of these weddings I just, you know, never could have dreamed up in my wildest dreams. We go to isolated weddings where a couple went through so much through COVID and personal reasons of why their own day was sort of not able to happen in the way that they wanted to, and then instead there they are hiking up this mountain and they have planned it so there's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows. And you know, it really blows your mind what you're going to see with the footage.
So Tara, I have to ask you, is there anything that you experienced that you were like, oh my God, this is cool, but I would never ever do this?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was one helicoptering into a glacier, and there was, you know, all types of weather, and I was like, there was no way I would ever be able to do that.
All right, well, your best friend Johnny Weir was in your wedding. You two have always, you know, you guys always have fun. Friends, real friends, you have disagreements. So if so, have you ever had any disagreements with Johnny Weir, who we love on this show?
So Johnny and I, it's so funny, and he always tells this story. We really don't, because he is the perfect gentleman. We're like an old married couple together, and he's always like, you know, I know you so well. I know I know how to avoid any of those disagreements. And I always say to my husband, I joke with him, I'm like, you better call Johnny. Johnny knows how to deal with it. You know,
really?
This is how you deal with it. Just do what Johnny
call
would do.
your wife's best friend.
Yeah, that's a good best friend.
Yeah.
Okay, well, DBL Nation, watch season 2 of Wedding Talk, available now on Chicken Soup for the Soul streaming television channel. Thank you so much, Tara.
You were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Don't forget to tune in. It's on Crackle and Chicken Soup for the Soul, so you can just download the app to your TV or tablet.
Awesome.
Awesome. We'll be right back.
Suffer from pain?
October is a month dedicated to learning more about a disease we're well aware of. Chances are you know someone who's had it, maybe even in your own family. Doctors and researchers are putting these connections to work in the fight against breast cancer. Let's verify, how is breast cancer passed down? We turn to two doctors, the CDC and the American Cancer Society. Like other medical conditions, Dr. Claudine Isaacs says breast cancer can run in the family.
So it's really important for women to know if they have a strong family history or they have something going on.
The CDC says chances of breast cancer are higher in someone whose mother, sister, or daughter, or multiple family members on either parent's side of the family has had breast or ovarian cancer. The American Cancer Society describes a variety of reasons why breast cancer may be more common in some families, including genetics.
About a third of women who develop breast cancer have a family history, but only about 10% have a hereditary predisposition.
You may have heard of BRCA gene mutations indicating higher likelihood of breast and other cancers. Dr. Kala Visvanathan says medical professionals can now look at a whole panel of genetic information connected to breast cancer risk.
We then divide those genes into those that are at higher risk versus moderate versus.
Genetic testing is usually done with a blood draw or cheek swab. Some at-home DNA tests you can buy yourself are FDA approved for detecting genetic variants like in the BRCA genes. But Dr. Visvanathan says they are not comprehensive or a substitute for a conversation with your doctor.
If you're just intrigued or interested, go ahead, but I wouldn't use it as a health, to sort of direct your health care.
Screening and preventative action is often encouraged earlier or more frequently for people with family history, and those with additional genetic risk factors might also have more intensive medical prevention options available.
How do we work with you to put these strategies into place?
With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back to DBL. People are constantly downloading new apps on their smartphones, and scammers are taking advantage of this. It's time for a security alert sponsored by LifeLock. There are a lot of legit applications you can download on your phones, but you need to watch out for lookalike app scammers. They will create apps that look similar to the original, but they're actually malware designed to steal your personal information, send text messages without your knowledge, or even track your location. So to protect yourself, only download apps from trusted sources like the Apple App Store or Google Play. Delete and report apps you're concerned about, and check the app's privacy policy to see what information they will access. If your information has been breached, LifeLock is here to help. LifeLock keeps you and your digital identity secure from cyber criminals. Call 1-800-953-0836 or visit lifelock.com to learn more. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So I know it. I'm counting.
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your Fast Fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, I want to, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real, massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Before we go, check this out. Fashion house.
Looked like Tori was already gone.
Balenciaga is getting a lot of attention for its designer purses. We're going to take a look at these clutches. Yep, they look exactly like Lay's potato chips bags with a zipper on the top. The price tag, $1,800. The bags were also featured on the runway at the Balenciaga Mud Show during Paris Fashion Week.
I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but it is a cool postmodern art look, like if you're holding a Campbell's tomato soup clutch. It's like just a nod at commercialism. Is it art or is it not?
I'm going to go lacquer a Lay's potato chip bag and
save
put
yourself
a strap on it.
$2 grand.
Like, what?
But would you guys, would you wear it? Is this functional or is this just
I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't spend, I don't spend that. I wear like Steve Madden high heels because I don't like spending
Yeah, I'm like Jessica Simpson high heels. Yeah.
Well, I don't. They kind of missed me with this one, but I do think you have a good built-in excuse because somebody's like, "Are you going through my purse?" You're like, "I thought these were chips." See, you're off the hook.
You could say, "Lay off my bag."
No.
The Lay's.
Do you think they had a partner?
Can't believe the booth did that.
Did they have a partnership with Lay's?
They have to because they're using their logo. And it says like Balenciaga. I was thinking the same thing. So it must have just been a
It just
good
seems like they
partnership,
make
yeah.
really cheap things very expensive.
Well,
Like that's their
think about
business.
Kanye with the trash bags at Gap. Just go through them. It's like taking expensive things and making it really
I don't know.
inexpensive.
Isn't that kind of like a slap in the face
That's
to
how
people
I
that can't
take it.
afford? Like, hey, check out these homeless clothes.
Yeah.
They
Like
cost
Dairy.
10 grand. It's
Yes.
like, what?
Yeah.
Check out this bag of chips that you pay 89 cents for. I paid $2 grand for it.
Yeah.
Kanye walks to my fashion show and I get no pushback. But if you said something 20 years ago, get the hell out of here.
I like. You're not letting Balenciaga off the hook, Jeff.
No, they shouldn't.
We have credits rolling.
Yeah.
Can we say goodbye,
I complain past the credits all the way till Monday.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I'm off to do something very merry.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how, that's local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So I know it. I'm counting.
Don't miss a day of DBL. Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The January 6th committee votes to subpoena Trump. Will he testify under oath about the Capitol riot? Have you gotten your latest COVID booster yet? What you need to know to stay protected. Are your texting habits out of touch? Find out the classic emojis that are now considered old-fashioned. And Olympic gold medalist turned wedding show host Tara Lipinski dishes on decor, dresses, and destinations.
There's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. We made it. Thank goodness. Made it through the week.
Yeah.
You don't like when I say that.
No,
That's
we
why
made
I
it
do
to
it.
what?
We made it through the week. We made it to the weekend, but I do it because I can tell it bothers
Did you think
me.
You should
weren't gonna
seize
make
every
it?
day.
What?
You should take every day.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
Seize the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Goodwill Hunting?
No,
I think it's just Latin.
It's just a Latin phrase. Yeah.
Okay, let's get to what everybody is talking about, including our viewers. There was a big surprise at the end of the January 6th hearing yesterday. The House panel voted unanimously to subpoena former President Donald Trump, placing him at the center of the effort to overturn the 2020 election. Now, there are reports that Trump, quote unquote, loves the idea of testifying as long as he gets to do it on his terms. Trump responded with, quote, "Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait until the very end? Because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country," end quote. So DBL Nation, we always want to hear from you. What do you think? Will Trump, let me ask you, Al, do you think, and of course our viewers, go to the tag board poll, okay, it's on the bottom, please vote at dblvote.com. Do you think that he will testify?
No, but I think he wants to. I don't think his lawyers will let him. But I think testifying, especially the way that he wants to do it in front of his people, in front of the world, in front of that'd be like if I was able to testify, but I could do it from the comedy stage and be funny and charismatic, and they present you with an evidence, and I go, yeah, whatever, Mr. Making a comment about your outfit, a quick distraction. He's really, really, really good at that. And for his people to see him stand and defend himself, he's already playing with house money because they believe him anyway. So there's not going to be really anything that he could put himself in danger of except legal jeopardy, which is why his lawyers, like, if you go anywhere near that testifying, we got a problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
please.
TGIF.
No.
This is all you, Trump.
We made it.
Not at all. Yeah, we made it. I was just going to say, I agree with Al completely. I don't think, but I also don't know if Trump will listen to his lawyers. The biggest thing he wants is to sit in that room and spew. And the one thing that January 6th committee will know is to keep it in a private committee, in my opinion. He also did release a 14-page response. The first line is all caps, and it reads, "The presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen." So it's very clear where he is. It's very clear where they are. I don't think they'd give him the opportunity of a public, a rally, basically. It was what it would be.
Let me ask you, what do you think about his point about the committee waiting till the very end? Do you think that has backfired by them doing that?
Not at all. And when you build a case, you build it from evidence to evidence to evidence until you bring your strongest testimony. So in order to get Trump to be subpoenaed, they had to teach all of us that Trump said things like Cassidy Hutchinson that they brought up, says Trump saying this, quote, "I don't want people to know we lost. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know we lost." You needed to hear that testimony before you build the pie that he's at the top of the list. Otherwise, we're like, this is a witch hunt. So they need to build it slowly by foundation by foundation. And to me, they've done an excellent, excellent job. We'll see. They have to vote to see if they bring him in. I think it'll be interesting if he comes in. Interesting.
All right. Well, for
you think it'll be interesting?
I think, yeah, because I don't think what we all want is a public thing, and we're not going to get it, unfortunately. It's going to, in my opinion, go behind closed doors.
They built a good pie, is the sum of that.
It's delicious justice pie.
Let's see what our viewers
think. A cup of coffee?
It's good. It's
Our
good
viewers,
stuff.
do you think Trump will testify? 78% of you say no. That speaks volumes. Okay, so for the first time, we're getting a look at the actions House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took that day. Listen.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really that they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States.
So CNN also released footage from earlier that day, which includes Pelosi threatening Trump. Take a listen.
So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out. This is my moment.
I would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be happy.
Wow. What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know. Everyone seems to laugh at this, like it's a funny thing. And to be honest, I really don't mind it myself. But let's just take the shoe and put it on the other foot. Who's a woman in I don't know, in the Republican Party that everybody hates?
AOC.
Pick one.
Oh, in the Republican Party?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay,
yeah, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, one of those.
Pick your poison, okay? For visualize.
Green.
If she said, "I'm going to punch Biden right in his face on national television," would we not be doing a story about you can't talk like that and have some respect for the American people and the president? We would be, right? But when it's Nancy Pelosi, everyone kind of giggled and laughed, and we all did that story. We did that story before, and everyone kind of thought it was a funny story. I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm just putting the shoe on the other foot here.
Being like,
why is it okay for Nancy Pelosi to get away with everything? But if you flip the parties, it's not okay.
You can't compare those two unless, as Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying it, she was being attacked in the moment. When you're being attacked and your capital's being attacked and people are in tear gas.
Well, pretend she was being attacked in the moment.
No, because it's, at some point there's a difference between just saying I want to punch Donald Trump.
I can't even use an example?
No, I'm saying, for me, if you're going to say I'm going to punch Donald Trump, yeah, that's awful. That's rude. You're the Speaker of the House. You can't do that, right? But if you're under attack and you think he incited that violence and there's tear gas being put on and you're in a private bunker, at some point I could understand I'm going to try and fight back and get this presidential election passed. Was it maybe too violent? Yeah, but people were like banging and defecating on the ground.
Well, I know, but it's funny how you make excuses for that instead of just saying she shouldn't have said that. But if it was the shoe on the other foot, like I said, and I'm making excuses and say there was tear gas out there, everyone's like, well, you're a Trumper, that's why, and you're racist and all that. I get 1,000 labels thrown on me for trying to defend someone else. But when you say it, it's all good. It's all good in the hood.
You don't threaten. Listen, I'm
just bringing a different point here.
Listen. President Trump, in my opinion, incited the insurrection. He's responsible for the insurrection. I 1,000% believe that. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's saying that. Do I understand it? Would Sam say something like that about someone else if she was in that position? 1,000%. But to Jeff's point, I don't think that those things can happen when you are a Nancy Pelosi. Now, what bothers me, though, because I understand why she said it, I don't condone it, but what bothers me is, and I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan, I've been highly critical of her, is that we're not focusing on how she did her job that day.
She killed it.
She killed it that day.
Yeah, she killed it.
And I want people to understand, and again, this is someone that is not a big fan of hers. She made sure, despite everything that she was going through, despite the attack, she could have ran home, she could have stayed in that bunker. She did everything in her power to make sure that those doors were reopened so she and her peers could do their job for the American people. I think that's what we should be focusing on, even though I do not condone what she said.
I also want to say, though, really quickly,
at the time.
She also said it to her daughter on an iPhone. That was her daughter taking that footage. It was not, I'm going to punch Donald Trump out to people. It was in a bunker. Yes, she's a documentarian, but I think it's different when you say it to your family member as opposed to publicly saying that as Speaker of the House.
And I want to say this and not take away from you guys' conversation, but Sam, you really sparked something when you said that she killed it that day. I don't think we realized that the work of certain people are the reason that we're kind of even still sitting here. And,
yeah, she was the president that day. Yeah,
she really was.
Yeah,
I mean,
she was the president.
She was a real patriot.
Yes, she was.
Mike Pence. Really,
another
nobody
patriot.
wants to talk about that because people are not fans of his.
Huge patriot.
Think about this. If Mike Pence rejects the count and throws it back to the states, we are now in a state of chaos because now Joe Biden's not really the president and Trump is not the president.
It's a constitutional crisis.
Now the streets are going to decide who the president is, because the next day, if we don't have a president, they can't come out the next day and say, sorry guys, Trump's our president again. People would lose it. If they came back the next day and said, we read the numbers that you already don't believe after the vice president said that they weren't valid, and now Trump's people are like, wait, what? Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, Officer Goodwin.
Yes.
Eugene Goodwin that saved lives that day. There were some real heroes that day. That's the reason that we're sitting here and we are not in a constant state of chaos.
So true. Very well said. Thank you for buttoning that. I appreciate it. Coming up on DBL, are the emojis you use totally out of touch? We're talking about why some of the classics are now considered old-fashioned. And Dr. Coley joins us in the studio. We're talking about weight gain after menopause, plus the latest on the COVID boost.
Closed captioning provided by...
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just going to sit here and be right.
I know y'all going to be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt. The
weight melts off of you.
We're live. Hey guys, we're talking about really quickly a preview. Elon Musk took this diabetic drug to lose weight. Now, I don't condone that. We don't condone that on the show. However, I thought you just moved me.
Not enough.
Oh, okay. This show is all about getting up and moving. Thank you, honey. And the FDA, we're going to ask Dr. Coley about it. Is it safe? Is it not? It turns out it might be a huge breakthrough. The fat just melts off, melts off. And now we're seeing that it doesn't have bad side effects. Could this be a new breakthrough in weight loss drugs? We're asking Coley because what if Musk get less husky and has
discovered something. What if he discovered something, Musk? And I don't really love Musk.
I don't need it.
Musk is scary. Musky husky. Musky's no longer husky. I also think it's funny. Did you ever know? You people forget he started PayPal.
He did?
Yeah.
Before Twitter?
Elon Musk. Yeah, he doesn't even own Twitter yet. He used to still pay the $44 billion. He started PayPal. This man. But he's also a family of emerald miners from South Africa. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's like a villain, a Trump villain. So let's hear what you guys have to say about.
I can keep this? Oh, it's on here.
Does it look better? Okay.
My husband been on high flow oxygen.
Tori's not excited about it.
What am I not? I am so happy.
He had both vaccinations, annual booster,
Yeah.
or Moderna. Should he continue getting the Moderna booster, or will the
See, and
Pfizer
if
booster
there's a
come
little in the beginning, but maybe end with that. The only person that rigged the election.
We should have led the show.
You and me, huh?
Yeah.
You and me.
Wait, don't jump in. I'm jumping in.
Please don't forget to jump in.
I will not.
Okay.
All right.
Wait.
Here. Oh, thank you. Just eat.
Welcome back. Menopause, weight gain, and diabetes drugs are making headlines today. We have Dr. Coley here to answer our questions.
All right, Dr. Coley, many women going through menopause prepare themselves, especially in dealing with weight gain. And I'm even worried about like perimenopause, so we really need to know this. Why do women have to gain weight after menopause? Why?
It's really hard for us. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just menopause, it's actually throughout our life. As we get older, every decade of our life, we're really actually supposed to be cutting down the number of calories we take in, men and women.
Okay.
In fact, for every decade, you should be cutting down about 200 to 300 calories per day.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Because our basal metabolic rate, the way our body kind of uses up our calories slows down. Once we hit menopause, Tori, as you said, our estrogen goes away. So we actually have less muscle mass. And as a result, we have more fat, which is less efficient at burning calories. So we end up losing less calories that way, and then we're still eating more, and we have less energy.
I
so
appreciate that Tori asked you, are you serious? Like you guys have drunk at a bar for real? I swear to God.
Menopause is a joke.
It's really hard. That's
Al cracks me up because I don't know why you make me laugh so hard. Al just goes, okay, because he looks right at him. I don't know why it made me laugh so hard.
We have to get to this. This is groundbreaking, maybe. Speaking of weight, people like Elon Musk have come out and said that they were using a new diabetic drug to help lose weight. What do you think about this? Is this like another thing where we're going to have to send out a public service like, do not do this, or does this work?
No, actually it works really well. So this drug that had initially come out for diabetics, we were studying it in the clinical trials, and it was working. It was helping with heart attacks and such. But then we saw them losing all this weight. Their weight was just melting away in the trials. So all the companies have now started marketing this drug and designing it for weight loss, and the FDA looked at the data, and it was so compelling that it now has an indication for weight loss as well.
Whoa.
Yes, and I cannot get enough of my patients on this drug, actually, because not only does it help you lose the weight, it actually helps you melt away the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the high cholesterol, and it improves your cardiovascular outcomes. So it's a very safe way to lose weight. It's a once-a-week injection. You give it to yourself, and I think it's really changing the paradigm of how we think about weight loss, which for the longest time had been, it's up to you. Exercise more, eat better, and that's all we can offer.
Boring. Let's give me the shot, Doc. Yeah.
Hit me, baby.
And anyone can take this? It's not just people who are diabetic?
Right. Anyone can take it who has a body mass index greater than or equal to 27 and at least one weight-related condition. So if you think about the number of us out there that might have high cholesterol, sleep apnea.
High blood pressure too?
High blood pressure, that counts as well. And a BMI greater than 27. I mean, there's just a world of people that are eligible. So this year for Christmas, I was thinking I would get everyone's BMI in my family and offer them injections as medication to help them have a better 2023.
As like kind of a shot a little bit. Like, hey, you're big enough. Let's get you the shot.
Merry Christmas.
All those excuses sound like you're trying to get your marijuana card back in the day. I got all these symptoms, Doc. All right. Let's switch gears because we received a viewer question. I love these. Kathy wrote, my husband has been on high-flow oxygen 24/7 since July 2014. He will be 83 in November. He had both vaccinations, 1 booster, all were Moderna. Should he continue getting a Moderna booster, or will the Pfizer booster protect him now?
You know, so there's not that much of a difference between boosting with Moderna or Pfizer, but all the data that we have really comes from the old booster, which was a single virus strain, remember? So the new bivalent booster, we really don't know whether we should mix and match. So there's an absence of data. Of course, an absence of data doesn't mean there's an absence of evidence that it works, but I would say without knowing, because there's some differences in dosages, the Moderna is 50 micrograms, so it's 25 and 25 of each virus strain. The Pfizer one's only 30, so it's 15 and 15. So I would say stick with Moderna if you can. And for those of us that got Pfizer, I might even suggest switching to Moderna because it's that higher dose of each of the virus strains. But really, whatever one you can get, and I'm looking at you.
I know.
Go and get it.
I know. I'll get it. I'm getting it.
Today?
I'm getting it today.
Yeah. Okay.
Friday.
Her voice went up an octave.
Yeah, I went up today.
That's Tori's tell when her voice goes up an octave. We're going to hold you to it, Tori.
All right,
Thank you,
fair.
Dr. Coley, for providing all the information. If you have a question you would like Dr. Coley to answer, write us on social media or send us an email to info@dailyblastlive.com. We'll be right back.
Are you ready?
There's something strange going on with Meg Thee Stallion. Good riddance to the messiest member of Potomac Housewives, and what's Sade doing with Brad Pitt? In this week's What Erica's Watching. First, Houston hottie Megan Thee Stallion was giving us a little first look at her upcoming appearance in Stranger Things. She posted these pics teasing the show's final season and gave us a glimpse of what we can expect. Well, since the show's wrapping, they might as well include one of the best. You see what I did there? I know. Next, season 7 of The Real Housewives of Potomac is here. And if you didn't catch the premiere, the most important thing you need to know is that Ashley Darby's embarrassing husband, Michael, won't be returning to the show, and that the couple is headed for divorce. However, they plan on buying a house together.
You and Michael are getting a divorce.
We are. I am elated in a place that excludes her crusty grabbing husband.
Now, Ashley must not want to really clean house, maybe because she's just used to having a messy man, but I'm with Candace on this one. I will tip in for that divorce party as well. And finally, it's been a while since we've heard from Sade. Now, when it comes to releasing new music, she's a smooth operator. So is it a crime that Brad Pitt actually told Billboard that Sade and her band worked on new music in his revamped state-of-the-art studio in France? Well, thank you, Bradley, for spilling the tea. Just don't ever leak the album. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back. Get it, Rob. Rob's our cameraman.
That's right.
Welcome back. A recent thread on Reddit brought up the top emojis that make you look out of touch. According to some younger people, dump the thumbs up emoji because it's seen as passive aggressive and confrontational.
I could see that, yes.
Like condescending.
Yes. Condescending a little
Yeah.
bit because they often use it in a sarcastic way.
I agree.
People use the red heart emoji to show their love for someone or something, but that too is considered old-fashioned. Also, stay away from the okay hand emoji and the laughing crying face. What? I use that one all the time. It'll make you look dated. What do you think of this?
I use the tilted one only because it's cooler. Maybe?
I alternate. Boop, boop, boopity boop.
I love you so much.
Why did you not like the thumbs up one?
I use all 4 of those all the time. All 4. Yeah. And now that people don't like them, I'm using them even more. Yeah. What are you talking about? Thumbs up's condescending?
Because
I can't
I'll tell you what happened. The thumbs up used to be normal, like the way you're using it. But then people started using it like if you had an issue, like if somebody let you borrow their lawnmower or something, and they're like, hey, I need it back, and you just go, okay, it kind of comes off like, okay, buddy, I got it. It's a weird thing. But
how about if someone's like, hey, did you get my message? And I go, yeah. I got it.
I use
Thumbs
that
up.
black check mark near the back that's near the flags.
Oh, I use that one a lot.
You do?
I
never go by the flags. The flags I've never even
The flags
seen.
are the biggest waste of space.
No one cares about the flags.
Who's using the flags?
Soccer fans during the World Cup?
Yes, and you
Olympic
download your
fans?
country's flag. I don't need the United Nations back there.
Yeah.
I need like more other emojis.
I agree with you.
It's a lot of flags.
Too many flags.
Oh my gosh.
How many people use the flags?
A lot of people do.
They do not. I've never
Okay.
seen them. They don't text
All right,
me.
so are there any emojis that you don't need? He doesn't like the flags, apparently. Are there any emojis that you don't understand?
Yes, there's 3 I picked, and here they are. I don't understand what that one on the left. Oh, that's wine?
Yeah, it's just dropping wine on the ground. That's something you do all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
I just got that. Seeing
That's
that it's
Tori
larger.
in an emoji.
Larger. Yeah, you're right. What's that middle one? It's in the food section.
Oh, can I see it again?
What is it?
What is it?
It goes in ramen.
Oh. What is it?
It goes in ramen. Someone said.
I would have never got
Okay, a ramen thing.
Okay. And then, fish something? Okay, and then the blue people, why are they?
They're hugging.
Yeah, but they seem like there's a secret.
It looks like it should be the logo of an outreach program.
Yeah, there's a secret between them that we aren't supposed to know.
Okay.
That's something you should talk to your therapist.
I will.
What do you see when you look at this emoji?
Jeff, are there any that you don't understand?
I guess so. I just picked one this morning. Oh yeah, what's that?
It's a baby crawling, right?
It is?
Don't you see a baby?
Oh, it is?
It's a butt in the air.
I always thought it was sexual.
Yes,
I did too. I thought it was
I thought someone was drunk.
No, that would be good.
Crawling on
I guess that's what my therapist
Yeah, you
said.
gotta go to your therapist for that.
What about you,
We're learning
Al?
more about ourselves as we do this.
What about you?
Mine, and it's weird. I didn't understand the assignment.
That's a mousetrap.
Yeah, it's a mousetrap.
I didn't get this at first. Like, when would you ever use this? But I guess if you think like, hey, Sam, don't go over there, it's a trap.
Yeah.
But like, when would you? Use
Also,
that?
why would you trap a mouse in a wooden box like that?
That's a good point.
Well,
Okay.
just as long as it's a non-kill
humane.
trap.
Yeah, my bad. You're right. That's
Hopefully
fair.
it's a non-kill
You're
trap.
right.
What about yours, Sam?
Mine, there's 3 I don't understand. One is like a fog one. I don't understand the fog. And then the other 2.
You live in Colorado. You should.
The other 2 I assume is sushi.
Sushi.
Onigiri?
Oh.
Onigiri.
But what would you use it for? I'm going to go get sushi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
know
there's
what?
another sushi
What
one.
would I
that's
use a stop sign for? To stop?
There's a traditional sushi one.
Right, there's a regular sushi, and I also use the flan one a lot, because who
Hold
uses
up.
flan?
There's a
Wait a
flan.
second. There is a sushi emoji.
Yeah.
So
Right,
what's
that's what I said. There's
So
like a-
what's the point of those 2?
More
Those
specific.
are like next level.
Those are like the fancy
Yeah.
schmancy, I
This
go
isn't
get
like-
sushi all
yeah.
the time people.
Sugar
It's
fish
also
people.
our phones aren't made here, so if it was made in America, there'd be hamburgers everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could see that.
But what's the fog one for?
Fog?
No, because there's another one that has fog.
Oh.
No, there's another one that has a cloud of fog.
I thought that was wind. I'm bad at it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Good camera work.
There's
That
one
was
that's
good
just
camera
wind
work.
though.
There's more that's like a gust.
Yeah, the gust I like.
I do too.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it. I don't know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your Fast Fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the 4th largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says Sober Curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Commercials are coming soon to Netflix. We're chatting about the big change, plus a red carpet roundup featuring Johnny Depp without facial hair and Bennifer rocking all black. That's next.
It's that time of year again. Parents will be handing out loads of candy, but when it comes to pets, some candy is downright dangerous. So we wanted to look into which treats are most treacherous to your furry friends. Our source is Audrey Wisetrack, CEO and co-founder of Pet Folk, a vet and urgent care clinic, and PetMD, a vet written and reviewed website. There's an array of candies on the market, but Wisetrack says there are a few that pet owners should be extra cautious about.
Any sugar-free products, ranging from gum to candy. There's a lot of products out there that tend to be sugar-free.
Sugar-free candies contain an ingredient called xylitol, which PetMD says can be very dangerous and even deadly for pets.
Pets do not have the ability to break down that sweetener, and it causes a very dramatic decline in their blood sugar and can cause seizures and death.
Another that tops the list, even though we may think it's healthy, raisins. Wisetrack says owners need to keep them away from their pets.
Raisins can be highly deadly to animals and cause some severe problems with kidney function. And even in a small quantity, 1 or 2 raisins can be toxic.
And finally, dark chocolate.
Baker's chocolate has the highest level of toxicity for our pets, and then milk chocolate to a lesser degree. Dogs and cats just don't have the ability to break down the component of chocolate.
So if your dog or cat consumes any of these, Wisetrack says call your veterinarian or urgent care. You can also get help from the ASPCA or other pet poison control hotlines. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. Friday. Well, we're going to do a little red carpet roundup of the stars people are talking about. First, Johnny Depp looked very different. Without a goatee and a mustache. Hold on, let me just take it in. Oh, yeah, big time difference. Okay, all right, that was in New York. So here's Johnny as we're used to seeing him in his freshly shaved face. Wow, I prefer the facial hair. Then there's Bennifer. Okay, they're back in black.
It is a great photo.
Yep, Ben and Jen attended their first event as a married couple. They were in LA for the Ralph Lauren show. Speaking of couples.
Ben, I'm wearing black, so are you.
Yes. Kindred spirits.
So are who?
That's what she told him.
Oh, really?
Did you get it? I was imitating her.
Well, it didn't sound like it.
It sounded exactly like Jane from the block.
Speaking of couples, Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin were at a different fashion event. It's their first public outing since calling off their divorce.
I'm so happy for them.
Me too. Good for them.
Yeah.
And then Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger reunited on the red carpet 28 years later after their movie True Lies. They shared a friendly kiss at Jamie Lee's hand and footprint ceremony at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood.
Can I just say True Lies was a phenomenal film.
Now there's a new series coming out starring Ginger Gonzaga from She-Hulk. It's a lot of hoopla. A lot of people are excited. I used to waitress with her. She's about to blow up. My former little waitress is about to blow up. She's going to be Jamie Lee Curtis in the new True Lies series. That's a big deal.
You mean She-Hulk, being a lawyer, Hulk, didn't blow her up?
Well, no, it didn't blow. She's not the main star in She-Hulk. She's the main star in True Lies.
Because it sounds like it stinks.
You know what I was thinking as we were looking at those photos? It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, we look at, Arnold and Jamie Lee, and then Bennifer's back after this big long layover. And Sly Stallone and his wife are back together, and we're still talking about them. They're still leading off our entertainment chunk. It's just so interesting how people just stay in the public consciousness for decades.
Look at Al getting all philosophical.
I know. Wow.
Got a message for us for the weekend, buddy?
Yeah.
Tell it.
Go with grace.
Oh, go with grace. That's
Yes.
beautiful.
I don't know what that means.
What does it mean? Yeah.
Always choose the graceful route.
That's why I love Sam. She backs me up. She will check me later. She got my back.
Okay, so George Clooney is known for pulling epic pranks on his celebrity friends. On the Jimmy Kimmel Show, he recently said he pulled a fast one on Brad Pitt and Meryl Streep. He got a hold of Brad's stationery and sent Meryl a note. Watch.
Yeah, I saw Meryl Streep the other night. I had sent her a letter years ago with a bunch of CDs that were Dialect Coach. And I sent it from Brad, a bunch of CDs to Meryl Streep. They said, this guy helped me with my accent in Troy. I thought maybe he could help you. And Meryl said she avoided Brad for like 5 years.
That's hilarious. Okay, so a few years ago, Matt Damon revealed that George pranked him on the set of Monuments Men by having the wardrobe department take in his pants 1/8 of an inch every other day to make him think he was gaining weight.
That's good.
I love stuff like this.
That's really smart.
The second one was funny. The first one, I had a little bit of a problem with. It's just like, because he didn't complete the joke, he let it sit there for 5 years. And if you send somebody that's an actor, ways to work on their accent, it's an insult, especially if there's no payoff at the end. Like, we got you.
But Meryl Streep's Academy Award winning. She's not going to feel insulted by it, in my opinion.
But I would you wonder what you said there. I bet she's not insulted, but was there a movie they could have been in together that she gave up because of that situation?
They're fine.
You think?
They're both fine, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be insulted?
I would be so insulted.
If I took Sam's phone and I text you, Jeff, here's a link to how to read the prompter better because we both know, and then never said, hey, that was me, and now Sam's like, why is Jeff being weird? Like, I would just think, like, you need to, I'm not saying don't do the prank, it's a good prank, just like,
but how often do they see each other? I don't know. I think it's funny. He also took stationery from the White House. Yeah, because
do it, tell him.
So, and sent it to other actors saying that you were, like, he was Bill Clinton, be like, I really loved your movie, love Bill Clinton.
Who took the stationery? George Clooney?
Or had the White House Bill Clinton stationery. That is hilarious.
That's funny.
Now,
I didn't explain that well enough?
No, you didn't. You kind of like, it was a little, well, no, I didn't explain it much better.
No, I just didn't know who he was. Was it Brad Pitt or George Clooney?
I told you the story of the last show.
I didn't know if it was George Clooney or Brad Pitt.
Who has their own stationery, by the way? Let's bring it there.
Tori does.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. I don't
Who
understand.
are you?
I'm a person who writes thank you notes because I was raised as a person.
Have you ever seen her?
Nope, never got a thank you.
6 years?
Patty, I've written you a thank you note on that stationery. It's embossed.
Patty's not agreeing.
No, Patty's thank you notes are dope because they're just like cool, generic thank you notes, but then she takes hot wax and she seals the letter with hot wax.
But Patty's a boss.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What am I?
You're an employee.
Oh, I'm on this table next to you. I'm just as good as you.
I'm also an employee, and I don't have my own stationery because I'm not an embarrassing person.
Can I, speaking of Jeff pranked me like 4 seasons ago where he put a whole thing of earring backings in my snow boots, and still to this day,
well thought out.
Though I dump those snow boots out all the time, I will always have 1 or 2 earring backings in there. Without a doubt.
That's a good prank.
Do you know I love a good prank? I prank my brother-in-law like every time I see him, and I love pranking people, but I'm now with the dynamic of where we are in society, and I'm not even joking, I feel like I'm a little nervous about pranking people. I'm like, this person might get offended or that, and I can't do it anymore.
You have to.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Your car.
You can't have to, because you can lose your job over something like that now. It's really gotten out of control. That's how I feel.
His car in stickers. Did you know it was me?
No, you did that to my car too.
No, I know.
She just
said that.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at Jeff.
No, I said I covered your car in
and then
stickers.
it was tough to get those stickers off because then those stickers then burned onto the windshield.
No, they were the puffy ones that kids use. I would never do the really adhesive stickers. That would be rude. I did the puffy ones where you literally blow and they come off.
They were.
Well, you
still adhesive.
You used to put your dental floss in my coffee. That's not a good prank.
That was gross.
Not right.
That was Al.
No, I was pointing it at Al.
All right, good. I want to clear that up.
And then Jeff, I think, was filling in for me, and then but it all got blamed on me. So I'll take 1 or 2 of those. But I'm looking over.
But we don't do it anymore.
Well, today's not over yet.
All right, let's talk about Mark Wahlberg, because he apparently is done with Hollywood. Back in April, he listed his Beverly Hills home for $87 million. That's insane. And he moved his family to Nevada. He told The Talk he moved to California years ago to pursue acting, but said he only made a couple of movies in LA his entire time there. That makes sense for actors, right? If you're not auditioning, you can live anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I think of Robert Redford for some reason. He always went to Sundance and created Sundance Ranch, and that's where you get the festival. And it's like he just got to get out of there, because once you're famous in LA, it's a very different place. They're all over you.
I would think aren't people going to be all over him wherever he goes?
No. Why do you think Dave Chappelle is in the middle of Ohio? Because he doesn't want to go get coffee, and people be like, Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle.
I would argue that most people in that's right. Now, most people in Los Angeles, I would think, would live there because they are famous, and it's much less of a big deal if you say, oh, Rihanna goes to the same Starbucks I do. I think more, rather than if that was Cincinnati, Ohio, where that it could cause literally a riot in the mall if you're there. I think seeing famous people in LA, like when you ran up on, that was New York. What celebrity did you harass?
Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
I thought I knew her. I thought she was family.
Oh my gosh,
I hugged her and everything.
Love her.
Yeah, and then I said, "Oh, you're Alanis Morissette."
So does that go? Does that counteract his point that I'm moving to Nevada to be more anonymous, in that you're going to stand out way more as the whale in a small pond?
But he's also moving because of his children,
Yes.
right? So his children aren't famous, and when they're in Nevada, people aren't like, oh, that's Mark Wahlberg's kids. They're just kids. He might be famous, but he's sacrificing his celebrity or his life for his kids, right? So I think it's a good move. He's also bringing a studio to Nevada, which is bringing a lot of attention, and people are going to know who his kids are, but it's not that pretentious Hollywood scene, and if you're this person's kid, you get special favors.
Was it weird to you that he said, I've only made a couple of movies in Hollywood?
No, a lot of movies are in Atlanta. They're
Chicago,
where you can get tax
Vancouver.
credits.
But
he does a lot of overseas stuff too, I'm sure. He's a big star, you know?
He's a big star.
Well, he's a A-lister. They don't.
An A-list.
What are they going to shoot at the Grove? That was an inside joke.
The Grove is a popular mall in Hollywood.
Yeah, and they decorate it for Christmas and they play like Frank Sinatra.
Dude, except
and
when they make
the best.
snow.
It's the best off the roof. It's
Except
fake
it's
snow.
soap suds.
Who cares?
I love it.
It ruins a blowout.
You put stickers on Al's car.
We can't have Christmas this year because Sam's blowout.
Shout out to Destiny, gave me a good blowout
Talk
today.
about pretentious Hollywood.
Hey.
Let's celebrate Christmas. Ew, bubbles.
It's soap suds. Okay. Let's talk about Netflix. What would you sit through ads on Netflix in order to pay a little bit less every month? So Netflix just revealed a new plan for $6.99 a month that includes about 4 to 5 commercials per hour. Netflix says it has lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. Yeah, nobody wants to pay, like, what is it now?
$20 a month.
That's ridiculous.
$19.99 a month.
I know.
I gotta be honest, I don't know why this gives me a weird feeling, but the whole point of Netflix is to not have commercials. So like, I don't think the reason people aren't, maybe it is money, it could be money, but I also think, what's the last Netflix show other than Dahmer that's been a big hit? They've kind of been like struggling I've gone to Hulu, I've gone to Apple, I've gone to Prime, I've gone to a lot of other things, Severance, all those came up, and then Netflix is like, we'll give you ads. I think you just
Stranger Things. It just came out in.
Yeah,
and
I think they have a
what
lot
about
of
Peaky
hits.
Blinders
Yeah,
just came out again? What about the Anna Sorkin story
That's
just
what happens
came out?
when you say Netflix doesn't really have a lot.
No, because
It has everything.
there was like a huge thing with Bird Box and all that that went out, and then I felt
like 5 years ago.
It's like 7.
That's embarrassing.
Stop living in the past, man.
Oh my God. I'm wearing this shirt.
I'd like to talk about King Kong now. No, I think we saw this originally with satellite radio. When it first came out, it was Sirius XM. I think it was just XM radio at that time. That was a big pitch. It's like there's no commercials. You can say whatever you want. And guess what they have now? Commercials. Because we are in a capitalist society, and that's the only way that you can make money. There's commercials during HGTV shows.
For some reason, everything that I own has commercials because I don't have subscriptions to like Pandora or Spotify. So I just wait till the commercials play.
It doesn't bother you?
No, I go on YouTube, not YouTube TV, YouTube all the time to put my kids' favorite shows that I don't want to purchase on Amazon Prime. We wait for the commercials.
Huh, that is an answer.
What's wrong with commercials?
I can't have. I'm sorry. With my streaming music, the commercials throw me off.
Yeah.
If I'm listening to music and I was painting last night, I don't want to hear an ad. Is that weird?
Or like a murder podcast where they're like, and then the murder came in. Get your Starbucks coffee. And you're like, whoa.
But you could save like $120 a year on just one subscription service if you let them have commercials.
Netflix is giving you options.
I feel like you'd be into that.
Yeah, but once you have it without commercials, you don't want to go back.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of thing. And then if you think, I got to cut my cable. Like, I have like so many subscriptions. I need to. I can tell you're not even interested in what I'm saying. Let's get out of here.
Oh my God, I was listening to Jody, our producer. So sorry.
See, I was right. I was right. You just looked at me and you're like.
So sorry that I'm listening to direction from our producer.
Well, I didn't know that. If I'm talking to Al and he's like, I'm not going to keep going.
I never did puh.
That's from a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I know which one you're talking about.
Did the chef go?
The waiter?
Or did he go?
Yeah.
All right, we've off the rails now. Let's go.
Coming up on DBL, and I was trying to listen to Jeff,
Sure
but I'm not good at doing two things at once. Okay, the old Jody excuse. I can't.
Happy Friday, Sammy. We love you.
Our interview with gold medalist Tara Lipinski. She's giving us all the deets on her wedding-themed show, plus she's weighing in on wedding dress.
Nice two-shot.
Close.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Okay, Jeff, you have to do to the camera what you saw, because she was on.
Because we know each other so well, right? So like, even if I have like a joke, I could look at Sam and like give her like a look, and she knows where I'm going, right? So she was looking. I was looking her right in the eyes, and then she just went blank. She went. And so I was like,
I don't realize that when something else is triggering my mind, like Jody did at that moment, I don't realize that I do go blank.
Yeah, she
That's
just went blank. So, but I'm saying how much we know each other. So like, if I give you a look, you know like where I'm going.
Yeah.
So you not looking when you're like, I was like, well, that story sucked. So I better get out of this one.
That's funny. That's observant. I wish I could have seen a camera on my face because I'm not aware of it. Man, I'm not good at it.
I think
I'm not good at lying either. That's one thing. I'm never good at lying, so I just always tell the truth.
I don't think you're capable of it.
I'm so bad at it.
I don't think that you can lie.
Do you know why? It's selfish because I don't want bad karma.
Oh, really? See,
Yeah,
I just do
it's
it
a
so I don't
selfish
ever have to
reason.
remember.
It's very
I never
selfish.
have to remember, because once you lie, then you have to like remember that, like, oh yeah, I
Those
said
two
I was
light,
from
those
here,
two
and
light.
Let's get
oh,
the
I
middle
said my
one.
father worked here. It's a lot of
like
work.
summertime.
Yeah, it is. I'd much rather just, this is how I'm feeling.
I think, and also like people can handle a lot more than you think they can in terms of like when you're like so embarrassed you don't want to tell somebody something, and then you tell them, and they're like, oh yeah, that's my dad too. Like, it's anything that you think is so taboo and so whatever, millions of people are dealing with it and couldn't be more bored with it. So
do you have cable?
I don't think, no, I got Google TV.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Google TV is a thing.
I need someone to walk me through, because I only watch like a couple stations. I don't need full cable. Yeah, dude, I need sports.
Yeah.
I need Bravo.
That's all we need.
I need a couple other
You get
things.
apps, so it's like, there's ESPN, and you can download any app that
Yeah,
you
but
want.
you can watch
Yeah.
football.
Yes.
Live.
I can't watch
Live.
Amazon.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you get to see
That's interesting. Huh.
Welcome back. What makes a wedding day memorable? Olympic gold medalist and commentator Tara Lipinski is hosting a show that breaks it all down. Earlier, we spoke with her about wedding talk. Take a look.
Thanks for having me.
So Tara, your show dives into all things wedding, so we wanted to get your opinion on some wedding stories making the rounds. So first up, people are criticizing a woman on TikTok for cutting up and altering her bridesmaid dress a week before the big day. So what are your thoughts on this rogue bridesmaid?
I understood the assignment.
I did not see that TikTok, but I'm sure someone's not going to be happy about that. But you know, this is what's so fun about weddings and what I love about this show, and this opportunity came around. I just thought this is my dream job. I've hosted many things, but this is it because I'm a hopeless romantic. I love love. I love planning my own wedding and wish the show was around when I was planning my wedding.
You could have another wedding, renew your vows.
Or you know, I thought that was to just scare your husband, like, hey, I'm looking at other wedding options, so get it together, buddy.
Yeah, I keep bringing up, we've been married, this past year was 5 years, so I keep bringing up the vow renewal. So he's like, okay, at least we have to wait till 10 to do this. So I'm like, okay, but it's going to be a big one.
I love it. Congrats on 5 years. Now, Wedding Talk has all the amazing wedding trends, but you got married back in 2017. So is there anything that you say, man, I'd like to do that over, based on just like what you've learned from the show?
What I took away from the show, it was the heartwarming aspect of, obviously, and this is what I wanted in my wedding, is you're celebrating with all your friends, your family, and you really want to share your love with them. So you want to make it as personalized as possible. And I felt like after watching the show, there was just so many sweet ideas of how couples, you know, wanted to demonstrate their love and add in their unique personalized touch. Also the weddings, some of these weddings I just, you know, never could have dreamed up in my wildest dreams. We go to isolated weddings where a couple went through so much through COVID and personal reasons of why their own day was sort of not able to happen in the way that they wanted to, and then instead there they are hiking up this mountain and they have planned it so there's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows. And you know, it really blows your mind what you're going to see with the footage.
So Tara, I have to ask you, is there anything that you experienced that you were like, oh my God, this is cool, but I would never, ever do this?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was one helicoptering into a glacier, and there was, you know, all types of weather, and I was like, there was no way I would ever be able to do that.
All right, well, your best friend Johnny Weir was in your wedding. You two have always, you know, you guys always have fun. Friends, real friends, you have disagreements. So if so, have you ever had any disagreements with Johnny Weir, who we love on this show?
So Johnny and I, it's so funny, and he always tells this story. We really don't, because he is the perfect gentleman. We're like an old married couple together, and he's always like, you know, I know you so well. I know how to avoid any of those disagreements. And I always say to my husband, I joke with him, I'm like, you better call Johnny. Johnny knows how to deal with it. You know,
really?
This is how you deal with it. Just do what Johnny
call
would do.
Your wife's best friend.
Yeah, that's a good best friend.
Yeah.
Okay, well, DBL Nation, watch season 2 of Wedding Talk, available now on Chicken Soup for the Soul streaming television channel. Thank you so much, Tara.
You were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Don't forget to tune in. It's on Crackle and Chicken Soup for the Soul, so you can just download the app to your TV or tablet.
Awesome.
Awesome. We'll be right back.
Suffer from pain?
October is a month dedicated to learning more about a disease we're well aware of. Chances are you know someone who's had it, maybe even in your own family. Doctors and researchers are putting these connections to work in the fight against breast cancer. Let's verify, how is breast cancer passed down? We turn to two doctors, the CDC and the American Cancer Society. Like other medical conditions, Dr. Claudine Isaac says breast cancer can run in the family.
So it's really important for women to know if they have a strong family history or they have something going on.
The CDC says chances of breast cancer are higher in someone whose mother, sister, or daughter, or multiple family members on either parent's side of the family has had breast or ovarian cancer. The American Cancer Society describes a variety of reasons why breast cancer may be more common in some families, including genetics.
About a third of women who develop breast cancer either have a family history, but only about 10% have a hereditary predisposition.
You may have heard of BRCA gene mutations indicating higher likelihood of breast and other cancers. Dr. Kala Viswanathan says medical professionals can now look at a whole panel of genetic information connected to breast cancer risk.
We then divide those genes into those that are at higher risk versus moderate versus.
Genetic testing is usually done with a blood draw or cheek swab. Some at-home DNA tests you can buy yourself are FDA approved for detecting genetic variants like in the BRCA genes. But Dr. Viswanathan says they are not comprehensive or a substitute for a conversation with your doctor.
If you're just intrigued or interested, go ahead, but I wouldn't use it as a health, to sort of direct your health care.
Screening and preventative action is often encouraged earlier or more frequently for people with family history. And those with additional genetic risk factors might also have more intensive medical prevention options available.
How do we work with you to put these strategies into place?
With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back to DBL. People are constantly downloading new apps on their smartphones, and scammers are taking advantage of this. It's time for a security alert sponsored by LifeLock. There are a lot of legit applications you can download on your phones, but you need to watch out for lookalike app scammers. They will create apps that look similar to the original, but they're actually malware designed to steal your personal information, send text messages without your knowledge, or even track your location. So to protect yourself, only download apps from trusted sources like the Apple App Store or Google Play. Delete and report apps you're concerned about, and check the app's privacy policy to see what information they will access. If your information has been breached, LifeLock is here to help. LifeLock keeps you and your digital identity secure from cyber criminals. Call 1-800-953-0836 or visit lifelock.com to learn more. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right? Okay. Oh, my goodness. I'm just going to sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So I know it. I'm counting.
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your Fast Fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, you know, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real, massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Before we go, check this out. Fashion house.
Victoria was already gone.
Balenciaga is getting a lot of attention for its designer purses. We're going to take a look at these clutches. Yep, they look exactly like Lay's potato chips bags with a zipper on the top. The price tag, $1,800. The bags were also featured on the runway at the Balenciaga Mud Show during Paris Fashion Week.
I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but it is a cool postmodern art look, like if you're holding a Campbell's tomato soup clutch. It's like just a nod at commercialism. Is it art or is it not?
I'm going to go lacquer a Lay's potato chip bag and
save
put
yourself
a strap on it.
$2 grand.
Like, what?
But would you guys, would you wear it? Is this functional or is this just
I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't spend, I don't spend that much. I wear like Steve Madden high heels because I don't like spending
Yeah, I'm like Jessica Simpson high heels. Yeah.
Well, they kind of missed me with this one, but I do think you have a good built-in excuse because somebody's like, are you going through my purse? You're like, I thought these were chips. See, you're off the hook.
You could say, lay off my bag.
No.
The Lay's.
Do you think they had a partner?
I can't believe the booth did that.
Did they have a partnership with Lay's?
They have to because they're using their logo. And it says like Balenciaga. I was thinking the same thing. So it must have just been a
It just
good
seems like they
partnership,
make
yeah.
really cheap things very expensive.
Well,
Like that's their
think about
business.
Kanye with the trash bags at Gap. Just go through them. It's like taking expensive things and making it really
I don't know.
inexpensive.
Isn't that kind of like a slap in the face
That's
to
how
people
I
that can't
take
afford?
it.
Like, hey, check out these homeless clothes.
Yeah.
They
Like
cost
they're
10
like-
grand. It's
Yes.
like, what?
Yeah.
Check out this bag of chips that you pay 89 cents for. I paid $2 grand for it.
Yeah.
Kanye walks to my fashion show and I get no pushback. But if you said something 20 years ago, get the hell out of here.
I like you're not letting Balenciaga off the hook, Jeff.
No, they shouldn't.
We have credits rolling.
Yeah.
Can we say goodbye to
I
everybody?
complain past the credits all the way till Monday.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I'm off to do something very merry.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here and
okay,
be right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already on 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL. Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The January 6th committee votes to subpoena Trump. Will he testify under oath about the Capitol riot? Have you gotten your latest COVID booster yet? What you need to know to stay protected.
Are your texting habits out of touch? Find out the classic emojis that are now considered old-fashioned. And Olympic gold medalist turned wedding show host Tara Lipinski dishes on decor, dresses, and destinations.
There's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. It is Friday. We made it. Thank goodness. Made it through the week.
Yeah.
You don't like when I say that.
No,
That's
we
why
made
I
it
do
to
it.
what?
We made it through the week. We made it to the weekend, but I do it because I can tell it.
Did you think
You should seize every day.
What?
You should take every day.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
Seize the day.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Goodwill Hunting? No.
I think it's just Latin.
It's just a Latin phrase. Yeah.
Okay, let's get to what everybody is talking about, including our viewers. There was a big surprise at the end of the January 6th hearing yesterday. The House panel voted unanimously to subpoena former President Donald Trump, placing him at the center of the effort to overturn the 2020 election. Now, there are reports that Trump, quote unquote, loves the idea of testifying as long as he gets to do it on his terms. Trump responded with, quote, "Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait until the very end? Because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country," end quote. So DBL Nation, we always want to hear from you. What do you think? Will Trump, let me ask you, Al, do you think, and of course our viewers, go to the tag board poll, okay, it's on the bottom, please vote at dblvote.com. Do you think that he will testify?
No, but I think he wants to. I don't think his lawyers will let him. But I think testifying, especially the way that he wants to do it in front of his people, in front of the world, in front of that'd be like if I was able to testify, but I could do it from the comedy stage and be funny and charismatic, and they present you with an evidence, and I go, yeah, whatever, Mr. Making a comment about your outfit, a quick distraction. He's really, really, really good at that. And for his people to see him stand and defend himself, he's already playing with house money because they believe him anyway. So there's not going to be really anything that he could put himself in danger of except legal jeopardy, which is why his lawyers, like, if you go anywhere near that testifying, we got a problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
please.
TGIF.
No.
This is all you, Trump.
We made it.
Not at all. Yeah, we made it. I was just going to say, I agree with Al completely. I don't think, but I also don't know if Trump will listen to his lawyers. The biggest thing he wants is to sit in that room and spew. And the one thing that January 6th committee will know is to keep it in a private committee, in my opinion. He also did release a 14-page response. The first line is all caps, and it reads, "The presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen." So it's very clear where he is. It's very clear where they are. I don't think they'd give him the opportunity of a public a rally, basically. It was what it would be.
Let me ask you, what do you think about his point about the committee waiting till the very end? Do you think that has backfired by them doing that?
Not at all. And when you build a case, you build it from evidence to evidence to evidence until you bring your strongest testimony. So in order to get Trump to be subpoenaed, they had to teach all of us that Trump said things like Cassidy Hutchinson that they brought up, says Trump saying this, quote, "I don't want people to know we lost. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know we lost." You needed to hear that testimony before you build the pie that he's at the top of the list. Otherwise, we're like, this is a witch hunt. So they need to build it slowly by foundation by foundation. And to me, they've done an excellent, excellent job. We'll see. They have to vote to see if they bring him in. I think it'll be interesting if he comes in. Interesting.
All right. Well, for
you think it'll be interesting?
I think, yeah, because I don't think what we all want is a public thing, and we're not going to get it, unfortunately. It's going to, in my opinion, go behind closed doors.
They built a good pie, is the sum of that.
It's delicious justice pie.
Let's see what our viewers
a cup
think.
of coffee?
It's good. It's
Our
good
viewers,
stuff.
do you think Trump will testify? 78% of you say no. That speaks volumes. Okay, so for the first time, we're getting a look at the actions House Speaker Nancy Pelosi took that day. Listen.
Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really that they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States.
So CNN also released footage from earlier that day, which includes Pelosi threatening Trump. Take a listen.
So at the moment he is not coming, but that could change.
Oh, he comes, I'm going to punch him out. This is
Oh,
my
no,
moment.
I would pay to see
I've
that.
been waiting for this, for trespassing on the Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out, and I'm going to go to jail, and I'm going to be happy.
Wow. What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know. Everyone seems to laugh at this, you know, like it's a funny thing. And to be honest, I really don't mind it myself. But let's just take the shoe and put it on the other foot. Who's a woman in the, I don't know, in the Republican Party that everybody hates?
AOC.
Pick one.
Oh, in the Republican Party?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay,
Yeah, Lauren Boebert. Yeah, one of those.
Pick your poison, okay? For visualize.
Green.
If she said, I'm going to punch Biden right in his face on national television, would we not be doing a story about you can't talk like that and have some respect for the American people and the president? We would be, right? But when it's Nancy Pelosi, everyone kind of giggled and laughed, and we all did that story. We did that story before, and everyone kind of thought it was a funny story. I do too. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm just putting the shoe on the other foot here.
Being like,
why is it okay for Nancy Pelosi to get away with everything, but if you flip the parties, it's not okay?
You can't compare those two unless, as Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying it, she was being attacked in the moment. When you're being attacked and your capital's being attacked and people are in tear gas.
Well, pretend she was being attacked in the moment.
No, because it's, at some point there's a difference between just saying I want to punch Donald Trump.
I can't even use an example?
No, I'm saying, for me, if you're going to say I'm going to punch Donald Trump, yeah, that's awful. That's rude. You're the Speaker of the House. You can't do that, right? But if you're under attack and you think he incited that violence and there's tear gas being put on and you're in a private bunker, at some point I could understand I'm going to try and fight back and get this presidential election passed. Was it maybe too violent? Yeah, but people were like banging and defecating on the ground.
Well, I know, but it's funny how you make excuses for that instead of just saying she shouldn't have said that. But if it was the shoe on the other foot, like I said, and I'm making excuses and say there was tear gas out there, everyone's like, well, you're a Trumper, that's why, and you're racist and all that. I get 1,000 labels thrown on me for trying to defend someone else. But when you say it, it's all good. It's all good in the hood.
You don't threaten. Listen, I'm
just bringing a different point here.
Listen. President Trump, in my opinion, incited the insurrection. He's responsible for the insurrection. I 1,000% believe that. I don't think Nancy Pelosi's saying that. Do I understand it? Would Sam say something like that about someone else if she was in that position? 1,000%. But to Jeff's point, I don't think that those things can happen when you are a Nancy Pelosi. Now, what bothers me, though, because I understand why she said it, I don't condone it, but what bothers me is, and I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan, I've been highly critical of her, is that we're not focusing on how she did her job that day.
She killed it.
She killed it that day.
Yeah, she killed it.
And I want people to understand, and again, this is someone that is not a big fan of hers. She made sure, despite everything that she was going through, despite the attack, she could have ran home, she could have stayed in that bunker. She did everything in her power to make sure that those doors were reopened so she and her peers could do their job for the American people. I think that's what we should be focusing on, even though I do not condone what she said.
I also want to say, though, really quickly,
at the time.
She also said it to her daughter on an iPhone. That was her daughter taking that footage. It was not, I'm going to punch Donald Trump out to people. It was in a bunker. Yes, she's a documentarian, but I think it's different when you say it to your family member as opposed to publicly saying that as Speaker of the House.
And I want to say this and not take away from you guys' conversation, but Sam, you really sparked something when you said that she killed it that day. I don't think we realized that the work of certain people are the reason that we're kind of even still sitting here. And,
yeah, she was the president that day. Yeah,
she really was.
Yeah, she was the president.
She was a real patriot.
Yes, she was.
Mike Pence. Really,
another
nobody
patriot.
wants to talk about that because people are not fans of his.
Huge patriot.
Think about this. If Mike Pence rejects the count and throws it back to the states, we are now in a state of chaos because now Joe Biden's not really the president and Trump is not the president.
It's a constitutional crisis.
Now the streets are going to decide who the president is, because the next day, if we don't have a president, they can't come out the next day and say, sorry guys, Trump's our president again. People would lose it. If they came back the next day and said, we read the numbers that you already don't believe after the vice president said that they weren't valid, and now Trump's people are like, wait, what? Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi, Officer Goodwin.
Yes.
Eugene Goodwin that saved lives that day. There were some real heroes that day. That's the reason that we're sitting here and we are not in a constant state of chaos.
So true. Very well said. Thank you for buttoning that. I appreciate it. Coming up on DBL, are the emojis you use totally out of touch? We're talking about why some of the classics are now considered old-fashioned. And Dr. Coley joins us in the studio. We're talking about weight gain after menopause, plus the latest on the COVID booster.
Closed captioning provided by...
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
I'm just going to sit here and be right.
I know y'all going to be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth.
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go.
Brad Pitt.
The weight melts off you.
Hey guys, we're talking about really quickly a preview. Elon Musk took this diabetic drug to lose weight. Now, I don't condone that. We don't condone that on the show. However, I thought you just moved me.
Not enough.
Oh, okay. This show is all about getting up and moving. Thank you, honey. And the FDA, we're going to ask Dr. Coley about it. Is it safe? Is it not? It turns out it might be a huge breakthrough. The fat just melts off, like melts off. And now we're seeing that it doesn't have bad side effects. Could this be a new breakthrough in weight loss drugs? We're asking Coley because what if Musk get less husky and has discovered something? What if he discovered something, Musk? And I don't really love Musk.
I don't need it.
Musk is scary. Musky husky. Musky is no longer husky. I also think it's funny, did you ever know, you people forget, he started PayPal.
He did?
Yeah.
Before Twitter?
Elon Musk, yeah, he doesn't even own Twitter yet. He used to still pay the $44 billion. He started PayPal. This man. But he's also a family of emerald miners from South Africa. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's like a villain, a Trump villain. So let's hear what you guys have to say about...
I can keep this? Oh, it's on here.
Does it look better? Okay.
My husband been on high flow oxygen.
Tori's not excited about it.
What am I not? I am so happy.
He had both vaccinations, annual booster,
Yeah.
or Moderna. Should he continue getting the Moderna booster, or will the
See, and
Pfizer
if
booster
there's a little in the
Jeez.
beginning, but maybe end with that. The only person that rigged.
I think we should have led the show.
You and me, right?
Yeah.
You and me.
I'm jump in. I'm jumping in.
Please don't forget to jump in.
I will not.
Okay.
All right.
Wait.
Here. Oh, thank you. Just eat.
Welcome back. Menopause, weight gain, and diabetes drugs are making headlines today. We have Dr. Coley here to answer our questions.
All right, Dr. Coley, many women going through menopause prepare themselves, especially in dealing with weight gain. And I'm even worried about like perimenopause, so we really need to know this. Why do women have to gain weight after menopause? Why?
It's really hard for us, isn't it? Yeah, and it's not just menopause, it's actually throughout our life. As we get older, every decade of our life, we're really actually supposed to be cutting down the number of calories we take in, men and women. Okay. In fact, for every decade, you should be cutting down about 200 to 300 calories per day.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Because our basal metabolic rate, the way our body kind of uses up our calories slows down. Once we hit menopause, Tori, as you said, our estrogen goes away. So we actually have less muscle mass. And as a result, we have more fat, which is less efficient at burning calories. So we end up losing less calories that way, and then we're still eating more, and we have less energy.
I appreciate that Tori asked you, are you serious? Like you guys have drunk at a bar for real? I swear to God.
Menopause is a joke.
It's really hard.
Al cracks me up because I don't know why you make me laugh so hard. Al just goes, okay, because he looks right at him. I don't know why it made me laugh so hard.
We have to get to this. This is groundbreaking, maybe. Speaking of weight, people like Elon Musk have come out and said that they were using a new diabetic drug to help lose weight. What do you think about this? Is this like another thing where we're going to have to send out a public service like, do not do this, or does this work?
No, actually it works really well. So this drug that had initially come out for diabetics, we were studying it in the clinical trials, and it was working. It was helping with heart attacks and such. But then we saw them losing all this weight. Their weight was just melting away in the trials. So all the companies have now started marketing this drug and designing it for weight loss, and the FDA looked at the data, and it was so compelling that it now has an indication for weight loss as well.
Whoa.
Yes, and I cannot get enough of my patients on this drug, actually, because not only does it help you lose the weight, it actually helps you melt away the high blood pressure, the diabetes, the high cholesterol, and it improves your cardiovascular outcomes. So it's a very safe way to lose weight. It's a once-a-week injection. You give it to yourself, and I think it's really changing the paradigm of how we think about weight loss, which for the longest time had been, it's up to you. Exercise more, eat better, and that's all we can offer.
Boring. Let's give me the shot, Doc. Yeah.
Hit me, baby.
And anyone could take this? It's not just people who are diabetic?
Right. Anyone can take it who has a body mass index greater than or equal to 27 and at least one weight-related condition. So if you think about the number of us out there that might have high cholesterol, sleep apnea,
high blood pressure too?
High blood pressure, that counts as well, and a BMI greater than 27. I mean, there's just a world of people that are eligible. So this year for Christmas, I was thinking I would get everyone's BMI in my family and offer them injections as medication to help them have a better 2023.
As like kind of a shot a little bit. Like, hey, you're big enough. Let's get you the shot.
Merry Christmas.
All those excuses sound like you're trying to get your marijuana card back in the day. I got all these symptoms, Doc. All right. Let's switch gears because we received a viewer question. I love these. Kathy wrote, my husband has been on high-flow oxygen 24/7 since July 2014. He will be 83 in November. He had both vaccinations, one booster. All were Moderna. Should he continue getting Moderna booster, or will the Pfizer booster protect him now?
You know, so there's not that much of a difference between boosting with Moderna or Pfizer, but all the data that we have really comes from the old booster, which was a single virus strain, remember? So the new bivalent booster, we really don't know whether we should mix and match. So there's an absence of data. Of course, an absence of data doesn't mean there's an absence of evidence that it works, but I would say without knowing, because there's some differences in dosages, the Moderna is 50 micrograms, so it's 25 and 25 of each virus strain. The Pfizer one's only 30, so it's 15 and 15. So I would say stick with Moderna if you can. And for those of us that got Pfizer, I might even suggest switching to Moderna because it's that higher dose of each of the virus strains. But really, whatever one you can get, and I'm looking at you.
I know.
Go and get it.
I know. I'll get it. I'm getting it.
Today?
I'm getting it today.
Yeah. Okay.
Friday.
Her voice went up an octave.
Yeah, I went up today.
That's Tori's tell when her voice goes up an octave. We're going to hold you to it, Tori.
All right,
Thank you,
fair.
Dr. Coley, for providing all the information. If you have a question you would like Dr. Coley to answer, write us on social media or send us an email to info@dailyblastlive.com. We'll be right back.
Are you ready?
There's something strange going on with Meg Thee Stallion. Good riddance to the messiest member of Potomac Housewives, and what's Sade doing with Brad Pitt? In this week's What Erica's Watching. First, Houston hottie Megan Thee Stallion was giving us a little first look at her upcoming appearance in Stranger Things. She posted these pics teasing the show's final season and gave us a glimpse of what we can expect. Well, since the show's wrapping, they might as well include one of the best. You see what I did there? I know. Next, season 7 of The Real Housewives of Potomac is here. And if you didn't catch the premiere, the most important thing you need to know is that Ashley Darby's embarrassing husband, Michael, won't be returning to the show, and that the couple is headed for divorce. However, they plan on buying a house together.
You and Michael are getting a divorce.
We are. I am elated in a place that excludes her crusty grabbing husband.
Now, Ashley must not want to really clean house, maybe because she's just used to having a messy man, but I'm with Candace on this one. I will tip in for that divorce party as well. And finally, it's been a while since we've heard from Sade. Now, when it comes to releasing new music, she's a smooth operator. So is it a crime that Brad Pitt actually told Billboard that Sade and her band worked on new music in his revamped state-of-the-art studio in France? Well, thank you, Bradley, for spilling the tea. Just don't ever leak the album. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
Get it, Rob. Rob's our
with those sweet
cameraman.
feet. That's right.
Welcome back. A recent thread on Reddit brought up the top emojis that make you look out of touch. According to some younger people, dump the thumbs up emoji because it's seen as passive-aggressive and confrontational.
I could see that, yes.
Like condescending.
Yes.
Condescending a little
Yeah.
bit because they often use it in a sarcastic way.
I agree.
People use the red heart emoji to show their love for someone or something, but that too is considered old-fashioned. Also, stay away from the okay hand emoji and the laughing crying face. What? I use that one all all the time. It'll make you look dated. What do you think of this?
I use the tilted one only because it's cooler. Maybe.
I alternate. Doop, bop, boop, bop, boopity, boop.
I love you so much.
Why did you not like the thumbs up one?
I use all 4 of those all the time.
Oh, boy.
All 4. Yeah. And now that people don't like them, I'm using them even more. Yeah. What are you talking about? Thumbs up's condescending?
Because
I can't
I'll tell you
stand
what happened. The thumbs up used to be normal, like the way you're using it. But then people started using it like if you had an issue, like if somebody let you borrow their lawnmower or something, and they're like, hey, I need it back, and you just go, okay, it kind of comes off like, okay, buddy, I got it. It's a weird thing. But
how about if someone's like, hey, did you get my message? And I go, yeah. I got it.
I use
Thumbs
that
up.
black check mark near the back that's near the flags.
Oh, I use that one a lot.
You do?
I
I never go by the flags. The flags I've never even
The
seen.
flags are the biggest waste of space.
No one cares about the flags.
Who's using the flags?
Soccer fans during the World Cup?
Yes, and you
Olympic
download your
fans?
country's flag. I don't need the United Nations back there. I need like more other emojis.
I agree with you.
It's a lot of flags.
Too many flags.
Oh my gosh.
How many people use the flags?
A lot of people do.
They do not. I've never seen them. They don't text
All right,
me.
so are there any emojis that you don't need? He doesn't like the flags, apparently. Are there any emojis that you don't understand?
Yes, there's 3 I picked, and here they are. I don't understand what that one on the left. Oh, that's wine?
Yeah, it's just dropping wine on the ground. That's something you do all the time.
Yeah, you're right.
I just got that. Seeing
That's
that it's
Tori
larger.
in an emoji.
Larger. Yeah, you're right. What's that middle one? It's in the food section.
Oh, can I see it again?
What is it?
What is it?
It goes in ramen.
Oh. What is it?
It goes in ramen, someone said.
I would have never got
Okay, a ramen thing.
Okay. And then, fish something? Okay, and then the blue people, why are they?
They're hugging.
Yeah, but they seem like there's a secret.
It looks like it should be the logo of an outreach program.
Yeah, there's a secret between them that we aren't supposed to know.
Okay.
That's something you should talk to your therapist.
I will.
What do you see when you look at this emoji?
Jeff, are there any that you don't understand?
I guess so. I just picked one this morning. Oh yeah, what's that?
It's a baby crawling, right?
It is?
Don't you see a baby?
Oh, it is?
It's a butt in the air.
I always thought it was sexual.
Yes,
I did too. I thought it was
I thought someone was drunk.
No, that'd be good.
Crawling on
I guess that's what my therapist
Yeah, you
said.
gotta go to your therapist for that.
What about you,
We're
Al?
learning more about ourselves as we do this.
What about you?
Mine, it's weird. I didn't understand the assignment.
That's a mousetrap.
Yeah, it's a mousetrap.
I didn't get this at first. Like, when would you ever use this? But I guess if you think like, hey, Sam, don't go over there, it's a trap.
Yeah.
But like, when would you?
Also, why would you trap a mouse in a wooden box like that?
That's a good point.
Well,
okay.
just as long as it's a non-kill
humane.
trap.
Yeah, my bad. You're right. That's
Hopefully
fair.
it's a non-kill
You're
trap.
right.
What about yours, Sam?
Mine, there's 3 I don't understand. One is like a fog one. I don't understand the fog. And then the other 2.
You live in Colorado. You should.
The other 2 I assume is sushi.
Sushi.
Onigiri?
Oh.
Onigiri.
But what would you use it for? I'm going to go get sushi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there's another sushi
What
one.
would I
that's
use a stop sign for? To stop?
There's a traditional sushi one.
Right, there's a regular sushi, and I also use the flan one a lot, because who uses flan?
There's a
Wait a
flan.
second. There is a sushi emoji.
Yeah.
So
Right, that's what I said. There's
So
like
what's the point of those 2?
More specific.
Those are like next level.
Those are like the fancy
Yeah.
schmancy, I
This
go
isn't
get
like-
sushi all
yeah.
the time people.
Sugar
It's
fish
also
people.
our phones aren't made here, so if it was made in America, there'd be hamburgers everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could see that.
But what's the fog one for?
Fog?
No, because there's another one that has fog.
Oh.
No, there's another one that has a cloud of fog.
I thought that was wind. I'm bad at it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Good camera work.
There's
That
one
was
that's
good
just
camera
wind
work.
though.
There's more that's like a gust.
Yeah, the gust I like.
I do too.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already on 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So high.
I know it. I'm Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your fast fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, you know, I want to, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So, no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Commercials are coming soon to Netflix. We're chatting about the big change, plus a red carpet roundup featuring Johnny Depp without facial hair and Bennifer rocking all black. That's next.
It's that time of year again. Parents will be handing out loads of candy, but when it comes to pets, some candy is downright dangerous. So we wanted to look into which treats are most treacherous to your furry friends. Our source is Audrey Wisecrack, CEO and co-founder of Pet Folk, a vet and urgent care clinic, and PetMD, a vet-written and reviewed website. There's an array of candies on the market, but Wisecrack says there are a few that pet owners should be extra cautious about.
Any sugar-free products, ranging from gum to candy. There's a lot of products out there that tend to be sugar-free.
Sugar-free candies contain an ingredient called xylitol, which PetMD says can be very dangerous and even deadly for pets.
Pets do not have the ability to break down that sweetener, and it causes a very dramatic decline in their blood sugar and can cause seizures and death.
Another that tops the list, even though we may think it's healthy, raisins. Wisecrack says owners need to keep them away from their pets.
Raisins can be highly deadly to animals and cause some severe problems with kidney function. And even in a small quantity, 1 or 2 raisins can be toxic.
And finally, dark chocolate.
Baker's chocolate has the highest level of toxicity for our pets, and then milk chocolate to a lesser degree. Dogs and cats just don't have the ability to break down the component of chocolate.
So if your dog or cat consumes any of these, Wisecrack says call your veterinarian or urgent care. You can also get help from the ASPCA or other pet poison control hotlines. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. It is Friday.
Friday.
Friday. Well, we're going to do a little red carpet roundup of the stars people are talking about. First, Johnny Depp looked very different without a goatee and a mustache. Hold on, let me just take it in. Oh, yeah, big time difference. Okay, all right, that was in New York. So here's Johnny as we're used to seeing him and his freshly shaved face. Wow, I prefer the facial hair. Then there's Bennifer. Okay, they're back in black.
It is a great photo.
Yep, Ben and Jen attended their first event as a married couple. They were in LA for the Ralph Lauren show. Speaking of couples.
Ben, I'm wearing black, so are you.
Yes, kindred spirits.
So are who?
That's what she told him.
Oh, really?
Did you get it? I was imitating her.
Well, it didn't sound like it.
It sounded exactly like Jade from the block.
Speaking of couples, Sylvester Stallone and Jennifer Flavin were at a different fashion event. It's their first public outing since calling off their divorce.
I'm so happy for them.
Me too. Good for them.
Yeah.
And then Jamie Lee Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger reunited on the red carpet 28 years later after their movie True Lies. They shared a friendly kiss at Jamie Lee's hand and footprint ceremony at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood.
Can I just say True Lies was a phenomenal film.
Now there's a new series coming out starring Ginger Gonzaga from She-Hulk. It's a lot of hoopla. A lot of people are excited. I used to waitress with her. She's about to blow up. My former little waitress is about to blow up. She's going to be Jamie Lee Curtis
they're doing
in the new True Lies series. It's a big deal.
You mean She-Hulk, being a lawyer, Hulk, didn't blow her up?
Well, no, it didn't blow. She's not the main star in She-Hulk. She's the main star in True Lies.
Because it sounds like it stinks.
You know what I was thinking as we were looking at those photos? It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, we look at, Arnold and Jamie Lee, and then Bennifer's back after this big long layover. And Sly Stallone and his wife are back together, and we're still talking about them. They're still leading off our entertainment chunk. It's just so interesting how people just stay in the public consciousness for decades.
Get hell, getting all philosophical.
I know. Wow.
Got a message for us for the weekend, buddy?
Yeah.
Tell it.
Go with grace.
Oh, go with grace. That's beautiful.
I don't know what that means.
What does it mean? Yeah.
Always choose the graceful route.
That's why I love Sam. She backs me up. She will check me later. She got my back.
Okay, so George Clooney is known for pulling epic pranks on his celebrity friends. On the Jimmy Kimmel Show, he recently said he pulled a fast one on Brad Pitt and Meryl Streep. He got a hold of Brad's stationery and sent Meryl a note. Watch.
Yeah, I saw Meryl Streep the other night. I sent her a letter years ago with a bunch of CDs that were Dialect Coach. And I sent it from Brad, a bunch of CDs to Meryl Streep. They said, this guy helped me with my accent in Troy. I thought maybe he could help you. And Meryl said she avoided Brad for like 5 years.
That's hilarious. Okay, so a few years ago, Matt Damon revealed that George pranked him on the set of Monuments Men by having the wardrobe department take in his pants 1/8 of an inch every other day to make him think he was gaining weight.
That's good.
I love stuff like this.
That's really smart.
The second one was funny. The first one, I had a little bit of a problem with. It's just like, because he didn't complete the joke, he let it sit there for 5 years. And if you send somebody that's an actor, ways to work on their accent, it's an insult, especially if there's no payoff at the end. Like, we got you.
But Meryl Streep's Academy Award winning. But she's not going to feel insulted by it, in my opinion.
But would you wonder what you said there? I bet she's not insulted, but was there a movie they could have been in together that she gave up because of that situation?
They're fine.
You think?
They're both fine, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be insulted?
I would be so insulted.
If I took Sam's phone and I text you, Jeff, here's a link to how to read the prompter better because we both know, and then never said, hey, that was me, and now Sam's like, why is Jeff being weird? Like, I would just think, like, you need to, I'm not saying don't do the prank, it's a good prank, just like,
but how often do they see each other? I don't know. I think it's funny. He also took stationery from the White House. Yeah, because
do it, tell him.
So, and sent it to other actors saying that you were, like, he was Bill Clinton, be like, I really loved your movie, love Bill Clinton.
Who took the stationery? George Clooney?
Or had the White House Bill Clinton stationery. That is hilarious.
That's funny.
Now,
I didn't explain that well enough?
No, you didn't. You kind of like, it was a little, well, no, I didn't explain it much better.
No, I just didn't know who he was. Was it Brad Pitt or George Clooney?
I told you the story of the last show.
I didn't know if it was George Clooney or Brad Pitt.
Who has their own stationery, by the way? Let's bring it there.
Tori does.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. I don't
Who
understand.
are you?
I'm a person who writes thank you notes because I was raised as a person.
Have you ever seen her say her?
Nope, never got a thank
6
you.
years?
Patty, I've written you a thank you note on that stationery. It's embossed.
Patty's not agreeing.
No, Patty's thank you notes are dope because they're just like cool, generic thank you notes, but then she takes hot wax and she seals the letter with hot wax.
But Patty's a boss.
I know.
Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What am I?
You're an employee.
Oh, I'm on this table next to you. I'm just as good as
I'm
you.
also an employee, and I don't have my own stationery because I'm not an embarrassing person.
Can I, speaking of Jeff pranked me like 4 seasons ago where he put a whole thing of earring backings in my snow boots, and still to this day,
well thought out.
Though I dump those snow
You're still
boots out
finding it.
all the time, I will always have 1 or 2 earring backings in there. Without a doubt.
That's a good prank.
Do you know I love a good prank? I prank my brother-in-law like every time I see him, and I love pranking people, but I'm now with the dynamic of where we are in society, and I'm not even joking, I feel like I'm a little nervous about pranking people. I'm like, this person might get offended or that, and I can't do it anymore.
You have to.
Yeah.
I
No,
just
you
did
can't.
your car.
You can't have to because you can lose your job over something like that now. It's really gotten out of control. That's how I feel.
His car in stickers. Did you know it was me?
No, you did that to my car too.
No, I know.
You
She
put
just
stickers?
said that. You.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at
No,
Jeff.
I said I covered your car in
and then
stickers.
it was tough to get those stickers off because then those stickers
That's
didn't
a lie.
burn onto the windshield.
No, they were the puffy ones that kids use. I would never do the really adhesive stickers. That would be rude. I did the puffy ones where you literally blow and they come off.
They were.
Well, you used
still adhesive.
You used to put your dental floss in my coffee. That's not a good prank.
That was gross.
Not right.
That was Al.
No, I was pointing it at
All right, good. I want to clear that up.
And then Jeff, I think, was filling in for me, and then, but it all got blamed on me. So I'll take 1 or 2 of those, but I'm looking over.
But we don't do it anymore.
Well, today's not over yet.
All right, let's talk about Mark Wahlberg because he apparently is done with Hollywood. Back in April, he listed his Beverly Hills home for $87 million. That's insane. And he moved his family to Nevada. He told The Talk he moved to California years ago to pursue acting, but said he only made a couple of movies in LA his entire time there. That makes sense for actors, right? If you're not auditioning, you can live anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I think of Robert Redford for some reason. He always went to Sundance and created Sundance Ranch, and that's where you get the festival. And it's like he just got to get out of there because once you're famous in LA, it's a very different place. They're all over you.
I would think aren't people going to be all over him wherever he goes?
No, why do you think Dave Chappelle is in the middle of Ohio? Because he doesn't want to go get coffee, and people be like, Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle.
I would argue that most people in that's right. Now, most people in Los Angeles, I would think, would live there because they are famous, and it's much less of a big deal if you say, oh, Rihanna goes to the same Starbucks I do. I think more rather than if that was Cincinnati, Ohio, where that it could cause literally a riot in the mall if you're there. I think seeing famous people in LA, like when you ran up on, that was New York. What celebrity did you harass?
Alanis Morissette.
Yes.
I thought I knew her. I thought she was family.
Oh my gosh,
I hugged her and everything.
love her.
Yeah, and then I said, oh, you're Alanis Morissette.
So does that go, does that counteract his point that I'm moving to Nevada to be more anonymous in that you're going to stand out way more as the whale in a small pond?
But he's also moving because of his children,
Yes.
right? So his children aren't famous, and when they're in Nevada, people aren't like, oh, that's Mark Wahlberg's kids. They're just kids. He might be famous, but he's sacrificing his celebrity or his life for his kids, right?
for
So I
him.
think it's a good move. He's also bringing a studio to Nevada, which is bringing a lot of attention, and people are going to know who his kids are, but it's not that pretentious Hollywood scene, and if you're this person's kid, you get special favors.
Was,
right?
was it weird to you that he said I've only made a couple of movies in Hollywood?
No,
I think
a lot of movies are in Atlanta. They're where you
Chicago,
can get tax
Vancouver.
credits.
But
he does a lot of overseas stuff too, I'm sure. He's a big star, you know?
He's a big star.
Well, he's a A-lister. They
He's
don't.
an A-list.
What are they going to shoot at the Grove? That was an inside joke.
The Grove is a popular mall in Hollywood.
Yeah, and they decorate it for Christmas and they play like Frank Sinatra.
Dude, except
and
when they make
the
it
best.
snow.
It's the best off the roof. It's
Except
fake
it's
snow.
soap suds.
Who cares?
I love it.
It ruins a blowout.
You put stickers on Al's car.
We can't have
and ruined his
Christmas
paint
this year
job.
because Sam's blowout.
Shout out
Wow,
to Destiny, gave me a good blowout
Talk
today.
about pretentious
It's a good
Hollywood.
Hey.
Let's celebrate Christmas. Ew, bubbles.
It's soap suds. Okay. All right, let's talk talk about Netflix. What would you sit through ads on Netflix in order to pay a little bit less every month? So Netflix just revealed a new plan for $6.99 a month that includes about 4 to 5 commercials per hour. Netflix says it has lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. Yeah, nobody wants to pay, like, what is it now?
$20 a month.
That's ridiculous.
$19.99 a month.
I know.
I gotta be honest, I don't know why this gives me a weird feeling, but the whole point of Netflix is to not have commercials. So like, I don't think the reason people aren't, maybe it is money, it could be money, but I also think, what's the last Netflix show other than Dahmer that's been a big hit? They've kind of been like struggling I've gone to Hulu, I've gone to Apple, I've gone to Prime, I've gone to a lot of other things, Severance, all those came up, and then Netflix is like, we'll give you ads. I think you just
Stranger Things. It just came out in.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of
What about Peaky
hits.
Blinders
Yeah, they have
just
a
came
lot.
out again? What about the Anna Sorkin story
That's
just
what happens
came out?
when you say Netflix doesn't really have a lot.
No, because
That's
there was like a huge thing with Bird Box and all that that went out, and then I
That
felt
was like 5 years ago.
It's like 7.
That's embarrassing.
Stop living in the past, man.
Oh my God. I'm wearing this shirt. I'm
I'd
living
like
in
to talk
the
about
70s.
King Kong now. No, I think we saw this originally with satellite radio. When it first came out, it was Sirius XM. I think it was just XM radio at that time. That was a big pitch. It's like there's no commercials. You can say whatever you want. And guess what they have now? Commercials. Because we are in a capitalist society, and that's the only way that you can make money. There's commercials during HGTV shows.
For some reason, everything that I own has commercials because I don't have subscriptions to like Pandora or Spotify. So I just wait till the commercials play.
It doesn't bother you?
No, I go on YouTube, not YouTube TV, YouTube all the time to put my kids' favorite shows that I don't want to purchase on Amazon Prime. We wait for the commercials.
Huh, that is an answer.
What's wrong with commercials?
I can't have. I'm sorry. With my streaming music, the commercials throw me off.
Yeah.
If I'm listening to music and I was painting last night, I don't want to hear an ad. Is that weird?
Or like a murder podcast where they're like, and then the murder came in. Get your Starbucks coffee. And you're like, whoa.
But you could save like $120 a year on just one subscription service if you let them have commercials.
Netflix is giving you options.
I feel like you'd be into that.
Yeah, but once you have it without commercials, you don't want to go back.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of thing. And then if you think, I got to cut my cable. Like, I have like so many subscriptions. I need to. I can tell you're not even interested in what I'm saying. Let's get out of here.
Oh my God, I was listening to Jody, our producer. So sorry.
See, I was right. I was right. You just looked at me and you're like.
So sorry that I'm listening to direction from our producer.
Well, I didn't know that. If I'm talking to Al and he's like, I'm not going to keep going.
I never did puh.
That's from a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I know which one you're talking about.
Did the chef go?
The waiter?
Or did he go?
Yeah.
All right, we've off the rails now. Let's go.
Coming up on DBL, and I was trying to listen to Jeff,
Sure
but I'm not good at doing two things at once. Okay, Jody excuse. I can't.
Happy Friday, Sammy. We love you.
Our interview with gold medalist Tara Lipinski. She's giving us all the deets on her wedding-themed show, plus she's weighing in on wedding dress.
Nice two-shot.
Close.
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Okay, Jeff, you have to do to the camera what you saw, because she was on.
Because we know each other so well, right? So like, even if I have like a joke, I could look at Sam and like give her like a look, and she knows where I'm going, right? So she was looking. I was looking her right in the eyes, and then she just went blank. She went. And so I was like,
I don't realize that when something else is triggering my mind, like Jody did at that moment, I don't realize that I do go blank.
Yeah, she
That's
just went blank. So, but I'm saying how much we know each other. So like, if I give you a look, you know like where I'm going.
Yeah.
So you not looking when you're like, I was like, well, that story sucked. So I better get out of this one.
That's funny. That's observant. I wish I could have seen a camera on my face because I'm not aware of it. Man, I'm not good at it.
I think
I'm not good at lying either. That's one thing. I'm never good at lying, so I just always tell the truth.
I don't think you're capable of it.
I'm so bad at it.
I don't think that you can lie.
Do you know why? It's selfish because I don't want bad karma.
Oh, really? See,
Yeah,
I just do it
it's
so
a
I don't
selfish
ever have to
reason.
remember.
It's very
I never
selfish.
have to remember, because once you lie, then you have to like remember that, like, oh yeah, I
That's
said
too
I was
late,
from
that's
here,
too
and oh, I said my father worked here. It's like it's a lot of
like
work.
summertime.
Yeah, it is. I'd much rather just this is how I'm feeling.
I think, and also like people can handle a lot more than you think they can in terms of like when you're like so embarrassed you don't want to tell somebody something, and then you tell them, and they're like, oh yeah, that's my dad too. Like it's anything that you think is so taboo and so whatever. millions of people are dealing with it and couldn't be more bored with it. So,
Do you have cable?
I don't think. No, I got Google TV.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Google TV is it?
I need someone
What
to
is
walk
that?
me through because I only
random.
watch like a couple
Do they have-
stations.
do they
I don't
have,
need full
football?
cable. Yeah, dude, I need sports.
Yeah.
I need Bravo.
That's all we need
and I need
is
a couple
sports.
other
You get
things.
apps, so it's like, there's ESPN, and you can download any app that
Yeah,
you
but
want.
you can watch
Yeah.
football?
Yes.
Live.
I can't watch
Live.
Amazon.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you get to see
That's interesting. Huh.
Welcome back. What makes a wedding day memorable? Olympic gold medalist and commentator Tara Lipinski is hosting a show that breaks it all down. Earlier, we spoke with her about wedding talk. Take a look.
Thanks for having me.
So Tara, your show dives into all things wedding, so we wanted to get your opinion on some wedding stories making the rounds. So first up, people are criticizing a woman on TikTok for cutting up and altering her bridesmaid dress a week before the big day. So what are your thoughts on this rogue bridesmaid?
I understood the assignment. I did not see that TikTok, but I'm sure someone's not going to be happy about that. But this is what's so fun about weddings and what I love about this show, and this opportunity came around. I just thought this is my dream job. I've hosted many things, but this is it because I'm a hopeless romantic. I love love. I love planning my own wedding and wish the show was around when I was planning my wedding.
You could have another wedding, renew your vows.
Or I thought that was to just scare your husband, like, hey, I'm looking at other wedding options, so get it together, buddy.
Yeah, I keep bringing up. We've been married. This past year was 5 years, so I keep bringing up the vow renewal. So he's like, okay, at least we have to wait till 10 to do this. So I'm like, okay, but it's gonna be a big one.
I love it. Congrats on 5 years. Now, Wedding Talk has all the amazing wedding trends, but you got married back in 2017. So is there anything that you say, man, I'd like to do that over, based on just like what you've learned from the show?
What I took away from the show, it was the heartwarming aspect of, obviously, and this is what I wanted in my wedding, is you're celebrating with all your friends, your family, and you really want to share your love with them. So you want to make it as personalized as possible. And I felt like after watching the show, there was just so many sweet ideas of how couples, wanted to demonstrate their love and add in their unique personalized touch. Also the weddings, some of these weddings I just, never could have dreamed up in my wildest dreams. We go to isolated weddings where a couple went through so much through COVID and personal reasons of why their own day was sort of not able to happen in the way that they wanted to, and then instead there they are hiking up this mountain and they have planned it so there's a volcano erupting behind them as they're saying their vows, and it really blows your mind what you're going to see with the footage.
So Tara, I have to ask you, is there anything that you experienced that you were like, oh my God, this is cool, but I would never, ever do this?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was one helicoptering into a glacier, and there was, all types of weather, and I was like, there is no way, I would ever be able to do that.
All right, well, your best friend Johnny Weir was in your wedding. You two have always, you guys always have fun. Friends, real friends, you have disagreements. So if so, have you ever had any disagreements with Johnny Weir, who we love on this show?
So Johnny and I, it's so funny, and he always tells this story. We really don't, because he is the perfect gentleman. We're like an old married couple together, and he's always like, I know you so well. I know I know how to avoid any of those disagreements. And I always say to my husband, I joke with him, I'm like, you better call Johnny. Johnny knows how to deal with it.
Really?
This is how you deal with it. Just do what Johnny
call
would do.
your wife's best friend.
Yeah, that's a good best friend.
Yes.
Okay, well, DBL Nation, watch season 2 of Wedding Talk, available now on Chicken Soup for the Soul streaming television channel. Thank you so much, Tara.
You were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Don't forget to tune in. It's on Crackle and Chicken Soup for the Soul, so you can just download the app to your TV or tablet.
Awesome.
Awesome. We'll be right back.
Suffer from pain?
October is a month dedicated to learning more about a disease we're well aware of. Chances are you know someone who's had it, maybe even in your own family. Doctors and researchers are putting these connections to work in the fight against breast cancer. Let's verify, how is breast cancer passed down? We turn to two doctors, the CDC and the American Cancer Society. Like other medical conditions, Dr. Claudine Isaacs says breast cancer can run in the family.
So it's really important for women to know if they have a strong family history or they have something going on.
The CDC says chances of breast cancer are higher in someone whose mother, sister, or daughter, or multiple family members on either parent's side of the family has had breast or ovarian cancer. The American Cancer Society describes a variety of reasons why breast cancer may be more common in some families, including genetics.
About a third of women who develop breast cancer have a family history, but only about 10% have a hereditary predisposition.
You may have heard of BRCA gene mutations indicating higher likelihood of breast and other cancers. Dr. Kala Visvanathan says medical professionals can now look at a whole panel of genetic information connected to breast cancer risk.
We then divide those genes into those that are at higher risk versus moderate versus.
Genetic testing is usually done with a blood draw or cheek swab. Some at-home DNA tests you can buy yourself are FDA approved for detecting genetic variants like in the BRCA genes. But Dr. Visvanathan says they are not comprehensive or a substitute for a conversation with your doctor.
If you're just intrigued or interested, go ahead, but I wouldn't use it as a health, to sort of direct your health care.
Screening and preventative action is often encouraged earlier or more frequently for people with family history, and those with additional genetic risk factors might also have more intensive medical prevention options available.
How do we work with you to put these strategies into place?
With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back to DBL. People are constantly downloading new apps on their smartphones, and scammers are taking advantage of this. It's time for a security alert sponsored by LifeLock. There are a lot of legit applications you can download on your phones, but you need to watch out for lookalike app scammers. They will create apps that look similar to the original, but they're actually malware designed to steal your personal information, send text messages without your knowledge, or even track your location. So to protect yourself, only download apps from trusted sources like the Apple App Store or Google Play. Delete and report apps you're concerned about, and check the app's privacy policy to see what information they will access. If your information has been breached, LifeLock is here to help. LifeLock keeps you and your digital identity secure from cyber criminals. Call 1-800-953-0836 or visit lifelock.com to learn more. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right? Okay, oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt, sorry.
Yes.
So I know it. I'm counting.
Don't miss a day of DBL.
Verify here with your Fast Fact. The Social Security Administration announced its annual cost of living adjustment is 8.7% for 2023. That got some people online wondering, is this one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits? These are our sources. In 1972, Congress passed a series of Social Security amendments, including one that gave recipients an automatic annual adjustment based on inflation. Since 1975, when the amendment took effect, the adjustment has ranged from nothing to more than 14% in 1980. This year's 8.7% increase is the fourth largest since the government began making annual cost of living adjustments. So, yes, this is one of the largest increases ever in Social Security benefits. The extra money will start appearing in the January check. With your Fast Fact, I'm Brandon Lewis.
The sober curious movement has taken hold as many realize even their casual drinking has gotten out of hand.
If you're someone who says, you know, I want to, if I'm anxious or if I have a stressful day, I want to blow steam off with a drink, like there are other coping skills that are much healthier for your body.
That's Peyton Lassiter, a licensed resident in counseling. He says sober curious often involves rethinking alcohol consumption or abstaining completely. As part of that, more people are turning to Sober October as a harm reduction technique. And if you fall off the wagon, Lassiter says it's not a failure and you can start up again.
Tree frogs are typically smaller than an iPhone, but one giant frog on TikTok has a following to match its size. 20 million people watched this video of Dumpy, the Australian white tree frog eating a banana. The TikTok prompted people to post their own videos expressing their shock at Dumpy's size. So let's verify. Does a viral video show a real massive tree frog? Our sources are the Smithsonian's National Zoo, Petco, and Lucas Peterson, the video creator and Dumpy's owner. In the video, Dumpy looks to be about the size of a rabbit, but Peterson admits in the captions that this video is heavily edited and that Dumpy is really less than 5 inches long. Other TikToks and Instagram posts from Peterson show the frog's actual size, which is consistent with what the National Zoo says is the average size of a tree frog. Petco also says frogs eat insects, not bananas. Peterson acknowledges this is another editing trick and that Dumpy actually prefers crickets. So no, a viral video does not show a real massive tree frog. It was edited with special effects to make the frog look significantly larger. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog, which is about a foot long. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Before we go, check this out. Fashion house.
Victoria was already gone.
Balenciaga is getting a lot of attention for its designer purses. We're going to take a look at these clutches. Yep, they look exactly like Lay's potato chips bags with a zipper on the top. The price tag, $1,800. The bags were also featured on the runway at the Balenciaga Mud Show during Paris Fashion Week.
I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but it is a cool postmodern art look, like if you're holding a Campbell's tomato soup clutch. It's like just a nod at commercialism. Is it art or is it not?
I'm going to go lacquer a Lay's potato chip bag and
save
put
yourself
a strap on it.
$2 grand.
Like,
But would you guys, would you wear it? Is this functional or is this just
I wouldn't wear it. I wouldn't spend. I don't spend that. I wear like Steve Madden high heels because I don't like spending.
Yeah, I'm like Jessica Simpson high heels. Yeah.
Well, I don't. They kind of missed me with this one, but I do think you have a good built-in excuse because somebody's like, "Are you going through my purse?" You're like, "I thought these were chips." See, you're off the hook.
You could say, "Lay off my bag."
No.
The Lay's.
Do you think they had a partnership?
Can't believe the booth did that.
Did they have a partnership with Lay's?
They have to because they're using their logo. And it says like Balenciaga. I was thinking the same thing. So it must have just been a
It just
good
seems like
partnership.
they make
Yeah.
really cheap things very expensive.
Well,
Like that's their
think about
business.
Kanye with the trash bags at Gap. Just go through them. It's like taking expensive things and making it really
I don't know.
inexpensive.
Isn't that kind of like a slap in the face
That's
to
how
people
I
that can't
take it.
afford? Like, hey, check out these homeless clothes.
Yeah.
They
Like
cost
they're
10
like-
grand. It's
Yes.
like, what?
Yeah.
Check out this bag of chips that you pay 89 cents for. I paid $2 grand for it.
Yeah.
Kanye walks to my fashion show and I get no pushback. But if you said something 20 years ago, get the hell out of here.
I like you're not letting Balenciaga off the hook, Jeff.
No, they shouldn't.
The credits rolling.
Yeah.
Can we say goodbye to
I
everybody?
complain past the credits all the way till Monday.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I'm off to do something very merry.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Let's get right into it, shall we?
Okay, wow. I don't even know where to begin here.
Oh, am I right?
Okay,
oh my goodness, I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay,
You're right.
I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We trying to heal together, okay?
You can smirk all you want. You don't have to tell me to go. I'm already at an 11.
Brad Pitt. Sorry.
Yes.
So I know it.
Don't miss a day of DBL.